your hands together wherever you are, ladies and gentlemen. The Honorable Frema Osei Opari is the Chief of Staff of the Republic of Ghana.
Yes, over Satan power, as I in Kunimo. See, I'm an overcomer. I say yes, wedding Kuni. Yes, wedding Kuni.
Please be seated. Osaberima Kwesi Atta II is the Omahini of the Okwa Traditional Council. Nana, you're welcome. You can see standing behind me on my left, they refuse to grow old. Madam Oboshi Sai Kofi.
Over Satan power.
She is the chairperson of the planning committee of today's function.
I'm an overcomer.
Honorable Matthew Opoku Prepe.
Over Satan power.
Honorable Matthew Opoku Prepe is the Minister of the Free SHS. And he's already seated. The Minister of Sanitation is seated right beside him. At least Accra is 80% clean. Sanitation and water. The Minister of Sanitation and Water for all. Honorable Cecilia Apnadapa is also in the house. Next to her is Mustafa Hamid. Mustafa Hamid is the Deputy Campaign Manager in charge of message, and he's also the Minister responsible for Zongo and Inner City. Alhaji Mustafa Hamid.
Strong and mighty. Yes, wedding Kunimo. See, I'm an overcomer. Listen, no weapon fashioned against me shall prosper. For the greater one lives in me, yes, it does. Yes, yes, wedding Kunimo. See, I'm an overcomer. I say, yes, wedding Kunim. Yes, wedding Kunim.
Over Satan power.
See, I'm an overcomer.
I'm an overcomer.
Well, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we're still moving on, awaiting the arrival of the Vice President of the Republic of Ghana. And still on acknowledgements, the Minister for Planting for Food and Jobs. And he's one of the outstanding ministers of state of the Republic of Ghana. The Honorable Kojo, come on. Minister of Greek, very outstanding indeed, is the Honorable Owusu Efriye Akoto. He's already in the house. Mr. Minister, you're welcome.
I am for him, hey, Jesus, Narbano.
The Honorable Esla
Woman to Hosanna.
Owusu Ekufu.
Hey, I am for him, handkerchief. Woman to Hosanna. I am for him,
The Honorable Minister
Jesus, Narbano.
of Communication,
I am for him, woman to Hosanna.
Honorable Esla Owusu Ekufu is also the MP for Applicable West.
Yes, wedding kunmo. See, I'm an overcomer. I said, yes, wedding. Yes,
Responsible as well for digitization. Madam Minister, you're welcome. The majority leader in Parliament is in the House. One of the outstanding majority leaders of our time, indeed in the nation's history,
Yes, wedding kuning.
an honorable member of Parliament as well. Very outstanding indeed. The Honorable
Overcomer.
Osei Chairman Sapusi.
Yes, wedding kunmo.
Leader, you're welcome.
Over Satan power. Cause I ain't in kunmo. See, I'm an overcomer. I say yes, wedding kuning.
Yes, with Kuni. Over Satan power. Desire in Kuni. I'm an overcomer.
I say yes, wedding kunmo.
Yes, wedding
Very
Over
distinguished,
Satan power. Desire in Kuni.
outstanding leaders of our party
I'm an overcomer.
already seated here.
I'm a dinner, woman to Hosanna. I am for
The
Hinarbo.
Honorable Adokufo,
Jesus Narbano. I am for Hinarbo. Woman to Hosanna. Jesus Narbano. I mean, I won't burn
is already in the house.
Jesus Narbano. Who is this King of glory? He's the Lord strong and mighty. Yes, wedding kunimo.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Honorable Sheikh I.C. Quay
Listen, no weapon fashioned against me
is
shall
already
prosper.
seated.
For the greater one lives in me, yes it does.
Thank you very much for coming.
Yes, wedding kunimo. See, I'm an overcomer.
We have some distinguished members of the Council of State.
Over Satan power. Desire in Kuni.
See, I'm an overcomer.
I'm an overcomer.
Cause yes, wedding kuning.
Yes, with Kuni. Over Satan power. Desire in Kuni.
The Minister of Finance
I'm an overcomer.
and a very famous one at that.
I am for Hinarbo.
The Honorable Ken
Jesus Narbano.
Kuriata is already seated.
I am for Hinarbo.
Today I have not seen his back, but I'm sure he should be able to take care of all of us.
Jesus Narbano. I am for Hinarbo.
Honorable Isaac Asiama, if you are here, the national chairman was, sorry. Asiama Transport, yes. Asiama Transport, the Minister of Transport. The national chairman wants to see you. The Minister of Works and Housing, the Honorable Atachia, is also in the house. Mr. Minister, you're welcome.
Over Satan power, as I ain't good more. I'm an overcomer. Yes, we're doing good more. Over Satan power, as I ain't good more. See, I'm an overcomer. I say yes, we're doing good.
Yes, we're doing over Satan power. Desire including. I'm an overcomer.
I say yes, we're doing good.
Yes, we're doing over Satan power. Desire including. I'm an overcomer.
I'm a now, one man to Hosanna.
Hosanna,
I am for Hinarbo.
Hosanna,
Jesus Nurbano.
Hosanna.
I am for Hinarbo.
We are still awaiting for the arrival of the Vice
One
President
man
of
to
the Republic.
Hosanna. Jesus Nurbano. I mean, I won't bother say.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, you are being reminded that there is a small bag beside you, and there's everything in the bag that will make you feel very comfortable, and your stay for this program will be a memorable one.
Who is this King of glory? He's the Lord strong and mighty.
This program
Yes, we're doing Kunimo.
is being organized
See, I'm an overcomer.
under COVID protocols
Listen, no weapon fashioned against me
and
shall
very
prosper.
strict COVID protocols.
For the greater one lives in me, yes, it does. Yes, yes, we're doing Kunimo. See, I'm an overcomer. I say, yes, we're doing Kunim.
Yes, we're including
I was saying,
over Satan power. Desire including.
see, I'm an overcomer.
I'm an overcomer.
There is washroom at
Say,
the
yes,
left
we're doing Kunim.
corner this way, behind you.
Over Satan power. Desire including. I'm an overcomer.
I'm a ding now, I'm getting to Hosanna.
Hosanna,
Behind you, on my
I am
left
for
corner,
Hinarbo. Jesus Nurbano. I am for Hinarbo. One year to Hosanna. I mean, I won't bother say. Jesus Nurbano. I am for
can we all rise? The arrival of the Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, ladies and gentlemen. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the arrival of the Vice President of the Republic of Ghana. Let me see your hands up. Raise your flags. The arrival of the Vice President of the Republic of Ghana. the Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, Alhaj Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia,
I'm an overcomer.
and the beautiful Samira Bawumia, the second lady.
Over Satan power. Cause I ain't in Kunimo. See, I'm an overcomer. I say yes, wedding Kuni.
Yes, we're including over Satan power. Desire including I'm an overcomer.
I say yes, wedding Kunimo.
Yes, we're
Please be seated.
over Satan
As much as possible, we are reducing movements in this hall. The Vice President of the Republic, Alhaj Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, is already seated with the second lady, the Honorable Samira Bawumia. Mr. Veep, you're welcome. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the President is in the premises. Please be seated first. And very soon, you'll be joining us, and then the program will begin. It's important we have some order in the house. All take your seats. Edwin and Co, I guess you're ready.
Stand by and take account, or therefore, wait there, it had to be you. That's right.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's be upstanding. The President of the Republic is in the house. Raise your flags. The President of the Republic of Ghana. Welcome, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the day that the Lord has made. The leader with a vision. Bold, courageous, and visionary. Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo is the name. A leadership of service. A leadership of integrity. Selfless devotion to duty. That is the man we are talking about. Raise your flags high. Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. Raise it, let's go, raise it. Mr. President, you're welcome. Let's keep standing for the national anthem.
God bless our homeland, Ghana, and make our nation great and strong, bold to defend forever the cause of freedom and of right. Fill our hearts with true humility. Make us cheer
your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. Please be seated.
Oi. Wudamakuma swankasa Anutina mayu masi wase jafa dumwa Wutina manemwa wiya mejume Mibado fwe Nana adudankwa akufuado Ewuradisi wudanakuma swankasa Anutina wase wase jafa dumwa Wuchina na mwa wuya na juma no mitu fusen nshadi obonifo ne beyaw entia nipa obebu wapem ewa musa Ibrahimu ya dindia na suudi ajuna pinti na ya juma me dia sha wonsam no kradie mame Nanim kwasia pa dia ebirinka wo sha menim wo fri wo na yam me yu mi si wansa no reba wo utri nyagu utri sumpo minim ano nana wo yamani wo kruchia wisi obi biara tumi nyina wanim o nana di obaji atinye no mama na di nkuguo I want any panina about Sammy or Yamio. I, Maya Bido, Maya Bido. Sawuti Media, Ababa Muamau, Kai Daniel, Maya Bipay, a face here. A different true because. To me, your president said that. Me awurade. Me ma won susu ya yakwa. Na wajina tuwe dani hunu. Free senior high. Wasi won to me nyada. Me awurade. Mama wani suade hunabam. Ene. Wani wani ani daso. Hey. 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 Oh, Jesus. Asafu awurade akantam. Ampara. Sadia masusuno. Sana bebam. Sadia wanu awurade aboni tirim. Sana bejina. Oh, Jesus. Shadden. Meba shadden. Hey. Fue Nanado Suan Kaso Anutina mayu masi wase jafa dumwa Wutina manemwa Wuya mejuma no wate. Hey.
Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. Still in the prayerful mood, we invite the Reverend Father James Donko Afuakwa from the St. Peter's Regional Seminary to lead us in prayers.
Please let us stand. We pray in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Lord our God, we give you thanks for our lives and for how far you have brought us as a nation in her democratic dispensation. Today, one of the great parties of our nation meets here to launch its manifesto. A manifesto, O Lord, is a reflection of what the party has for the nation it is a plan and a policy that streams out, lines out its aims for the development of the nation in the context of an electoral year. Lord, a manifesto takes cognizance of the present, looks back to the past manifesto to see how far they have been faithful to the promises made, and propels that into the future to see what the party can do for the well-being of the nation. Lord God, you are the owner of the present. You are the master of the past, and you are the architect of the future. And so we lift you high this day and leave everything into your hands. We pray for the leadership of the party, especially for the president and the vice president, who double as the flag bearers of the party for the next election. Lord, may they be the symbol of political and moral integrity. May they be the pillars of selfless service to the party. May they annul any sense of self-aggrandizement. It may thus infect all the functionaries of the party and propel the growth and development of our nation. Father, this day and this activity is in your hands. May whatever we hear today come from you, so that whatever we take out of this place will also be guided by your Holy Spirit. May all those who address this function do that with the love for our nation and a sense of development of the country, Ghana. May everything we do here be for the peace, the love, and the tranquility of our nation. Dear Lord, bless our homeland, Ghana. Make her great and strong in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit.
been at the heart of action. Indeed, in the 2016 election, the NPP won 19 out of 23 constituencies in Central Region. It is therefore most welcome decision to launch our manifesto for the next 4 years in this beautiful city of Cape Coast, the capital of Central Region. We are confident and fully assured that the great elephant family will proceed from here with one vision and purpose: to work tirelessly to retain power, and I assure you all that the Central Region will lead the way. Once again, I welcome you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Regional Chairman. Mr. President, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. This is the launch of the new Patriotic Party Manifesto. Leadership in service. Put your hands together once again. This program is beamed live across the world, and especially on all radio stations across the country, all TV stations across the country, live on New Patriotic Party's Facebook page, and Zoom with all the numbers giving out already to all diplomatic missions, all groupings, institutions, associations across this country. Mr. President, a few acknowledgements. Ladies and gentlemen, the national chairman of the party is here with us. Let's applaud him. Put your hands together for the national chairman, Mr. Freddie Blay. The general secretary, Mr. John Boedu, is also with us here. And of course, all members of the National Council of the New Patriotic Party, which is the second highest decision-making body. Let's wave, let's wave, let's wave for all National Council members here seated. The senior minister is here with all ministers of state. Put your hands together for all ministers of state here present. The Honorable Chief of Staff, the one and only Madam Frema Osei Opar, is also here. Of course, we have a few of our chief executives also in the house. Please put your hands together for all of them. The majority leader, Osei Chairman Sabonsu, is seated with all members of parliament. Please put your hands together for all the members of parliament. We have the chairman of the Council of Elders of our party and all members of the Council of Elders of our party here present. Please put your hands together for all members of our Council of Elders of the party. The national officers, National Treasurer, First, Second Vice Chairman, Samia Uhu, and all his organizers, please put your hands together for all of them. Osaberima Kwesi Atta II is the Omanhene of the Ogwa traditional area. A round of applause for Nana and his delegation. And of course, the Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, Alhaji Dr. Mahamoud Baumia. Ladies and gentlemen, the leader, distinguished, bold, courageous, selfless. You know what I mean. Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo is his name. Can we all rise? Choboy! This is the man. This is the man. Put your hands together once again and please be seated. At this stage, Mr. President, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I invite the General Secretary of the party for a brief address to usher us in while we're here. Put your hands together for the General Secretary, Mr. John Boedu.
National Chairman of our great party, Honorable Freddie Blay, Your Excellency, Mr. President, and 2020 flag bearer of our party, Your Excellency, the Vice President, and our running mate for election 2020 and spouse, ministers of state, and other government officials, our hard-working members of parliament, led by the majority leader, colleague national officers of our party, regional officers, constituencies and polling stations, reps of our external branches present here, our venerable chiefs, members of the clergy, members of the diplomatic corps are with us via Zoom, invited guests, the media, party sympathizers across the globe who have joined us through Zoom and other platforms. Ladies and gentlemen, I humbly bring you warm greetings from the National Secretariat of the party and in particular the National Executive Committee of the party. It is an honor and great privilege to welcome you all to this significant event on behalf of the leadership of our great party. We are grateful to the Almighty God for bringing us safely to the beautiful ancient city of Cape Coast to undertake all this important exercise in the life of our party, government, and nation. We also welcome the millions who are watching this live program in the comfort of their homes in Ghana and around the world. And of course, our party people who will have been here in Cape Coast, but for the pandemic, and have converged at our regional offices and are able to join us thanks to the wonders of Zoom technology. Today is a great day in the life of our party and country. It is the day that the Ghanaian people have been looking forward to. It is the day my government, your government, and our government, led by His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, is coming to not only account for its leadership of this great nation in the past 3.5 years, but to also tell us the new direction and indeed the many good things we will have expected in our national life for the next 4 years and beyond. So, ladies and gentlemen, the purpose of our gathering here is simple and straightforward. We are here to witness the launch of the 2020 Manifesto of the governing new Patriotic Party. True to NPP tradition, this manifesto promises to be an embodiment of hope, progress, and prosperity for the Ghanaian people. We are here to witness, ladies and gentlemen, the unveiling of the document that will see to the consolidation of the gains made in the unprecedented national digitization agenda of this government. The gains made in the provision of the value for money infrastructure for all, not just for the big cities. The gains made in one district, one factory. The gains made in the Planting for Food and Jobs initiative. The gains made in the eradication of the canker of unemployment through the Nation Builders Corps, the NEP, and the many YEA models among other initiatives. The gains made in the stabilization of the Ghanaian economy. We are here to see the gains made in the restoration of training college allowances, the gains made in the restoration of teachers training allowances, the gains made in Ghana's COVID fight, leading to the gradual return of normalcy, of which we are a toast of the whole world. The gains made in the successful implementation of the award-winning free SHS policy, which till date, ladies and gentlemen, is the biggest social intervention program in the nation's educational sector since independence. Ladies and gentlemen, we are here to witness the unveiling of the document that will give impetus to the socioeconomic and structural transformation agenda of His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, the people's man and the visionary leader. More instructively, we are here to witness the unveiling of the document that will, inshallah, see to the inevitable renewal of the mandate of Nana Addo Dankwa Bawumia-led government on the 7th December 2020 for additional 4 years to continue the very many things the government has started and continue to do for the people of this country. The launching of our manifesto today, in fact, marks a significant milestone in our journey to another resounding victory on 7th of December, as it signals the completion of our preparation for the 2020 electioneering campaign. As we speak, the new Patriotic Party is the only political party in Ghana that has been able to successfully organize parliamentary primaries to elect its parliamentary candidates in 274 constituencies in the country. Of course, we are also the first political party in the country to complete our 2020 presidential ticket, following the acclamation and unveiling of His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo and His Excellency Vice President Mahmoud Bawumia on June 27, 2020. Ladies and gentlemen, when it comes to delivery on our manifesto promises, the Akufo-Addo government has no match. In just 3.5 years, we've been able to implement or are in the process of implementing all our flagship manifesto promises, notwithstanding the shattered economy we inherited from the John Mahama administration. So when it comes to the credibility of manifesto promises, the people of Ghana know that when we promise, we deliver. It is for this reason that there is an overwhelming show of interest in the exercise we are about to undertake today. We, more than any other political party, have the credibility of delivering on our promises, and we are committed to maintaining that credibility. Having achieved so much in this, our first term, the Ghanaian people should certainly expect that our second term manifesto, which we are launching today, will seek to consolidate the gains that we have made so far in the economic transformation of the Ghanaian society. The Ghanaian people should look forward to a manifesto that addresses their concerns and meets their legitimate expectations. And ultimately, we should all look forward to a manifesto that embodies the very spirit and aspiration of the Ghanaian people and delivers prosperity for all. It is worth pointing out that our opponents announced to the world some 2 or so months ago that their manifesto was ready and they've been presented to their party leadership, and yet they have still not been able to launch it for the people of this country to see what is in it. Obviously, they are waiting for us to launch our manifesto so they can copy our ideas as usual. Well, we have launched ours today, and they are free to copy since they lack ideas. We have no fears because, as has been shown over and over again, when you appropriate an idea or a project that you don't fully understand or believe in, you can never implement it properly. To conclude, Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, I want to seize this opportunity to, on behalf of the party, commend the 2020 Manifesto Committee, which was chaired by our hardworking, innovative, inspiring, and world-acclaimed running mate and Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, His Excellency Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, for doing an exceptional work in putting this manifesto document together. The party is also thankful to the Manifesto Launch Planning Committee, led by Madam Oboshisai, for their illustrious efforts in organizing this manifesto launch. As we can all see, they have done a great job. Thank you, and may God bless us all. Assalamu alaikum. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
The General Secretary deserves another round of applause. Leadership of service, protecting our progress, and transforming Ghana for all. Thank you very much. At this stage, we invite the national chairman of the party, the Honorable Freddie Blay, for his brief remarks. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for the national chairman, Mr. Freddie Wasmeu Blay. Thank you, Chairman.
Mr. President, Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo, Mr. Vice President, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, and the Second Lady, the Chief of Staff, Senior Minister, Majority Leader, Ministers and Members of Parliament, the diplomatic corps are here, those who have joined us through other media all over the world, invited guests, and of course, the friends of the media. I also join my General Secretary, who had just spoken to you, to greet you and welcome you as well to this Manifesto Launch. If I look around, the beauty of the arrangement, the efficiency, the way we've gone about this, it's a manifestation of a government that is prepared, ready, knowledgeable, and capable of managing the affairs
Once again for the national chairman. Permit me to announce once again to the good people of Ghana on this historic occasion the meeting ID. The meeting ID is 508-278-6012. I repeat again, 508-278-6012. And the pass code is 247149. Pass code again, 247149. Social media handles is N Akufu Addo. Facebook and Twitter, N Akufu Addo. N Baumia, and then NPP GH. Thank you very much. Mr. President, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the essence of leadership is that you have to have a vision. It's been 3.5 years of this visionary leadership, bold, courageous, and decisive. And this is the story so far.
We are going through so many challenges in terms of economics problems, people are not getting jobs.
As of job, we need more jobs. We need more jobs. A whole lot to do in Ghana.
It's very hard. Very hard. Yeah, very hard. Because I'm getting in power.
Businesses are collapsing, and the unfortunate thing is even our light bills are not even going down. This thing has been happening for 3 years now. We get light in the day for only 2 days. Only 2 days. So out of the 5 days, it means you can work for only 2 days. And this is very bad.
I asked him if he had ever been offered a bribe before.
You mean as president?
As John Mahama.
As a human being?
As a person.
What are you going to do about this astonishing rate of inflation? You're hitting 15%. People are suffering in very tangible ways. We've seen scenes in Accra that we don't usually associate with Ghana at all.
It is time for them to fix the problem. If they can't fix the problem, then they must give way to another government who will take over and run the affairs of our country.
The only way we can guarantee the future of Ghana is to remove John Dramani Mahama from power and bring in the NPP to rebuild our country.
With the background of hopelessness and dejection that had enveloped the entire country, we fashioned a manifesto to change the situation. And so that's how our manifesto was titled Change, an Agenda for Jobs.
That I will preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana. So help me God.
For many Ghanaians, this victory in 2016 came with a renewed hope. The new Patriotic Party had also won majority in Parliament.
It will not be easy. We have no illusions whatsoever. It will require sacrifice, but it can be done.
But after victory came reality. And with a record time, the new president formed and announced key members of his government. They are the men and women who will drive his vision, making it clear to them that there was no time to waste.
Simply about that, about getting development, if you like, to the grassroots.
The task ahead was enormous.
His first major task was to ensure that power was stable in the country in order to get small businesses and industries that had collapsed under the Mahama administration back to work.
To do this, we needed to find the money because one of the major causes of doomsday was lack of money to buy fuel for the operation of our plants. Nigeria had refused to give us gas as a result of huge debts. And the president negotiated with Nigeria, and Nigeria agreed to restore gas supply to Ghana.
I had to buy generators, and it was not easy at all at the time. We are so happy that today you get up, there is electricity, there is power to do everything.
It takes a leader that has the confidence of his peers, to be able to broker such arrangements that we got within the short period.
After years of doomsday, the lights were finally back for good. Agriculture has been the bedrock of Ghana's economy since time immemorial. The launch of the Planting for Food and Jobs initiative in April 2017, 4 months in office by the president, encouraged Ghanaians to take farming more seriously than in recent past. Through this program, agriculture is once again a respectable and profitable venture that is creating jobs.
The direct benefits are two. First of all, his income doubles, trebles, because those who are doing harvesting 3-4 bags eking out from an acre of land can now do 10, 15, 20, 40 bags. I've seen it in Tumu area, where just by using improved seed and fertilizer, their yields just go using the same sweat.
Yes, I harvest akọ factory iya bi yen hwe mo school ya bi yen hwe ya maame mo ya bi yen hwe ye nuanum nti eguda ya dey ye eduma ot dem nti obi an dey onfa no hu machine.
You have to go up to the rural areas to see the kind of prosperity this engagement is bringing to them. It's making them very, very comfortable. The poverty is being tackled head on.
Today, the Planting for Food and Jobs initiative has brought renewed hope and energy, creating jobs, reducing poverty, and improving food security across the country. It's been after many years of neglect by the ex-Wild Bahama-led administration.
I think today you see leadership that is responsive to the challenges of the Ghanaian people. Leadership that is also very committed to improving the quality of life of every Ghanaian, not just a few people.
The first term of President Akufo-Addo's leadership has not even ended, yet so much has been achieved. Within months in office, nurses and teachers who were abandoned by the Mahama-led administration were empowered with the restoration of their allowances. The National Health Insurance Scheme was immediately given a new lease of life with the payment of the 1.2 billion Ghana cedi arrears. Leakages at the country's ports have been sealed with the introduction of paperless ports. To augment operations of the National Ambulance Service and to save lives, 307 new ambulances were distributed to all 275 constituencies across the country. Another fulfillment of a campaign pledge, one constituency, one ambulance. As a first step in the fight against corruption, the Office of the Special Prosecutor has been established. With a promise to create jobs for the youth, he created NAPCO, or the Nation Builders Corps, which is giving jobs to thousands of young graduates. Industrialization was another major aspect of the president's grand plan to transform Ghana. The one district, one factory policy was born out of the need to diversify the economy and create jobs for the Ghanaian people.
So far, 232 companies and projects have been established and are at various stages of implementation. They are spread throughout the country in different districts, in different regions, from the north to the south, from the east to the west.
Everything here has been thought of, designed, built, and is now being run by Ghanaians. What we see here are very young people. We picked some from the university, some from industry, some from the streets.
We are testimony to this fact that the idea that Nanado initiated and is championing is actually bringing a transformation in the lives of people. Just an idea from an individual can just change a life like that.
But it goes beyond that, because it is also capturing new enterprises, at the same time capturing existing enterprises that were completely demobilized and almost dead, which have been resurrected.
2013, 14, 15, after the night, one collapse, and I got in a few. Until now, one more year, until no you see after 2021, and you test an anado, a baby be a Jumano, one desert, one factory. So I share a Juanasano. You never cross or a Tradiane, and my immediate.
The One District, One Factory initiative is an economic landmark, empowering the private sector to grow. Several factories are up and running since its launch in August 2018.
Gazette number 12 of 2019, and thereby creating the Northeast region, and signed the instrument.
Following the country's constitution, President Akufo-Addo led the creation of 6 new regions, empowering several communities that have been deprived of development. Using his long-known negotiating skill, peace has finally come to Dagbon. The presidential pitch, an initiative to support young entrepreneurs and the needy with startup capital, has become his regular routine. Bottlenecks in the banking sector, which were collapsing the country's economy, is now cleaned up. As part of an agenda to digitize Ghana, an ambitious infrastructure development program for the ICT sector with the national broadband infrastructure is ongoing. September 2017. School children from across the country waved their flag with excitement. For the first time in the country's history, senior high education is made free across the country.
A government may not be able to make every citizen rich, but with political will and responsible leadership, a government can help create a society of opportunities and empowerment for every citizen. And I know no better way to do so but through access to education.
The education of the Ghanaian child is something dear to President Akufo-Addo. Through this policy, a record 1 million children have access to secondary education in Ghana.
He is the driver and mover of free SHS. As we speak, apart from we doing the technical work to support his SHS, the free SHS program is under the office of the president.
For him to bring free education, women who ordinarily go and sell their clothes to make sure that the children are sent to school or there's food on the table, now would not sell their clothes again, but will have their children in school.
Across the country, many parents and students have shared various testimonies on the overwhelming success of the free senior high school policy and how it is securing their future.
In 2001, I lost my father, and in 2008, I lost my mother. If not because of the introduction of the free SHS, I wouldn't be here, and my vision is to become a nurse in future so that I'll be able to help my community and the nation at large.
When you talk about infrastructure projects, there's no comparison. Because let me give you an example. When you take a 12-unit classroom, we did 165. When you talk about 3-unit classroom blocks, all in secondary school, we have done 60. When you talk about 6-unit classroom blocks, we've done 173. We have done about 3 times more than the SDC ever thought in their mind.
By 2016, most of the country's road networks were in terrible condition. Everywhere the new president went, the plea of the people was for him to rescue the sector.
I'm happy I came here today to see this for myself. I think, Mr. Engineer, there's a lot more work that needs to be done for us to be able to find a satisfactory way out for the future.
Without much delay, the president personally embarked on a mission to radically change the face of Ghana's road network.
The road sector serves as the pivot, the fulcrum around which the economic development of the country revolves. So, essentially, the president went to work, government, tackle the poor, deteriorated road infrastructure of our country from the very beginning. For the first time in the history of this country, 4 interchanges are being built simultaneously. We can talk about Bukwasi interchange, we can talk about Tema interchange, we are working on Obi Chebilamte interchange, Tamale interchange under Sando Hadro is in currency. We are going to cut short for Takrady interchange at the PTC roundabout, making it 5. It has never happened in the history of this country.
The country's railway sector can today boast of modern terminals and coaches. A 670-kilometer greenfield railway corridor linking the southern part of Ghana to Paga is underway, and so is the railway interconnectivity project between the port of Tema and Ouagadougou, the capital of Burkina Faso. Water has been supplied to many rural communities, while the One Village, One Dam initiative is making irrigation in several farming communities easy. Aggressive sports infrastructural development is being undertaken in many communities across the country, taking sports closer to the youth. Construction is underway for Ghana's first creative arts school, while a court to protect Ghanaian musicians and the arts will be up within the next few weeks. In 2019, the Year of Return program injected billions of dollars into the Ghanaian economy and saw an increase in tourist arrivals.
To date, over 450,000 people around the world have died because of coronavirus.
We have therefore made the assessment that COVID-19 can be characterized as a pandemic.
The coronavirus pandemic took the world by surprise. No country in the world prepared for it. Even nations regarded as superpowers are grappling to deal with it. But leadership may have determined the survival of citizens in every nation. President Akufo-Addo is meeting with various stakeholders to assess the nation's preparedness.
The Ministry of Health has announced that 2 cases of COVID-19.
Ghana is investigating 2 suspected
By the 12th of March, Ghana had recorded her first 2 cases. At this point, decisive leadership is key.
Those were heady moments in the government. Those were very difficult moments. And even if you want fear in the system, but out of all of that, he showed extraordinary leadership. He was very steady, very focused, and very calm.
Midnight in Accra, and the nation is sleeping. President Akufo-Addo is meeting with his top COVID-19 medical advisors and the Vice President. They are assessing the possibility of a reasonable lockdown. But the President was firm that a total lockdown cannot be considered. His major concern was the informal sector and the vulnerable in society.
Fellow Ghanaians, good evening. I've come to your homes once again.
With truth and openness to the people, the President made his address to the nation a frequent routine.
These are not ordinary times. So let us all put our shoulders to the wheel. And I'm confident that together, by the grace of God, we shall overcome this challenge.
It is said that tough leaders are made for tough times. The leadership provided by President Akufo-Addo in these COVID times is unparalleled. he rallied and empowered local pharmaceutical companies and the manufacturing industry to provide essentials such as PPEs and hand sanitizers. Water was made free for all Ghanaians. Electricity was also made free for the poor, with 50% reduction for high consumers. Hot meals were provided for the needy and vulnerable in society.
We know what to do to bring back our economy back to life. What we do not know is how to bring people back to life.
He wanted to see what the people were being fed with, how we feed them, the number of people that congregate that we say they are not observing the social distancing. And this was something that I didn't think the president would take keen interest in.
Knowing that the most affected by the COVID are small businesses, the president launched the 1 billion Ghana cedi business support scheme.
To date, 120,000 beneficiaries, micro, small and medium enterprises have benefited from this fund. 60% of these beneficiaries are women.
From this crisis comes a lesson. President Akufo-Addo recognizes that Ghana has to make significant investment in the public health system and has immediately begun construction of 88 new district hospitals, all to be completed within a year.
The world is looking at Ghana. You would be surprised at the sort of interactions I've had from locally from Nigeria and elsewhere. They're very proud of us.
I am not surprised that he stands tall amongst his peers, both in Africa and in the world.
It's thoughtful leadership that thinks about the people. It thinks about the grassroots. It thinks about changing the lives of people. It's not selfish leadership.
If Ghana wants to become a big player in the global economy, the way forward is to industrialize. President Nana Akufo-Addo is doing exactly that.
Continuity is in the interest of Ghana. Continuity is in the interest of the economy of Ghana. Continuity is in the interest of the youth of Ghana. Because with continuity, we can consolidate the gains and protect the gains that we've made and ensure that we unleash the full potential of the Ghanaian people and the Ghanaian youth.
4 years of change has been, in my view, so far so good. But it is not yet Uhuru, as they say. We haven't gotten there yet. But it is important that we protect the gains that we have made in 4 years.
Under the leadership of Presidents Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo and the NPP, the bar of leadership in Ghana has been raised. The foundation plans for Ghana's transformation is being laid. Investor confidence in Ghana has been built with global corporations such as VW, Sinotruck and others setting up their manufacturing plants in Ghana. For the first time since the formation of the African Union, Ghana is headquarters of a major body, the African Continental Free Trade Area.
This is the leadership we are talking about. You can do better. Please put your hands together once again. They said it was not possible. Out of despair is what we have delivered. Put your hands together once again under the able leadership of His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. Mr. President, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I have 3 acknowledgements to make, and with your permission, I want to introduce the Omanhene of the Trifu traditional area, Obrimpong Apia Nyama, who is also a member of the Council of State. Let's put our hands together for him. We are in the central region, and I think that it's important that I introduce Kennedy Ohindi Kumpreku Ajapong, the master brainer of the Central Regional Party, and ladies and gentlemen, the second lady of the Republic of Ghana. The second lady of the Republic of Ghana. Beautiful Samira Baumia. Put your hands together for her once again. Mr. President, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good people of Ghana. At this stage, we are going to listen to short briefs from this manifesto we're talking about on key sectors. And as usual, the NPP is leaving no one behind. To set the tone for this is the Chief Executive Officer of the Coastal Development Authority. His name is Jerry Ahmed Shaibu, also known as the Choco Lawyer. Put your hands together for Jerry Ahmed Shaibu.
A collective effort at nation building to ensure no one is left behind.
We have managed to give water to 164 rural communities. And the Upper East Water, which is ongoing, is also going to give a lot of water to the people in the Bogatanga, Paga, Navrongo, and its environs, as well as villages on route the water supply. With regard to urban water, we have also, through the Gamma project, provided 260 kilometers of pipelines into homes to pipe the water into the homes of the people of Accra as I speak. We've also built 30,000 toilets in Accra. Overall, the whole country, throughout the whole country, we have also built 113,000 toilets in homes. This is to help us increase the delivery of sanitation. In effect, what I'm humbly asking for is that all these shortcutting that His Excellency has done will come on stream in the next 10 years.
I'm honored to talk to you about leaving no one behind. A society is judged by how it cares for those who have the least and struggle the most, and the compassion that its leadership shows in reducing social and economic inequalities. A nation's ability to develop sustainably also depends inter alia on its preparedness to safeguard the lives and future of children who have lost or are at the risk of losing parental care. Over the last 3 years, the NPP government has, thanks to a strong and a vibrant economy with an obviously solid president in charge, you have extended greater social protection for the vulnerable in the Ghanaian society, particularly the needy, elderly, excluded, and the physically and mentally challenged. These interventions are aimed at ensuring that as our society grows and prospers, no one is left behind. And we mean no one. Especially our dear petty traders, fishers, farmers, commercial drivers, loye, kayaye, okwafoe, kejara yeli loye, washi moku moku moku. Among measures taken to improve social protection is a significant improvement in the implementation of the Ghana School Feeding Program, which has been enhanced to reach more pupils with better quality meals. We have nearly doubled the number of beneficiary pupils under the Ghana School Feeding Program. The Akufo-Addo administration, in keeping with this commitment to improving the welfare of school children, has increased the feeding grant by 20%, so per child per school day. To help safeguard the upkeep and future of our children who have lost or are at risk of losing parental care, we have established the National Adoption Authority to coordinate family-based and institution-based care and to act as an advocate body in the protection and promotion of child rights and the rights of other marginalized groups. Another innovative social protection safeguard for our children is the introduction of the new National Child Protection Toolkit, which has been distributed in over 1,300 communities in Ghana to help officials and caregivers who work with children to serve their best interests and have the necessary tools at hand to do so. The welfare of the aged is of paramount importance. In the agenda of our government, in the agenda of this government, in that vein, the current government has, over the last 3 years, demonstrated unquestionable resolve to ensure a decent livelihood for the aged. Improvement in the implementation of LEAP is ample proof thereof. Beneficiaries under LEAP now receive support for income-generating activities as opposed to poultry handouts, which was previously the case. Ladies and gentlemen, when we took over from the NDC administration, public sector workers tier 2 pension contributions had been withheld for a long time. Another issue compounding the plight of the aged in the already crumbling economy, aka Bokbo-Blibli economy. The phenomenon took a toll on our pensions and affected many extended families who have pensioners as breadwinners. You can imagine what is happening in the homes of those people. When you voted for us to serve you, we vowed to make these outstanding payments. And as I speak, this government has released 3.1 billion cedis in public sector workers tier 2 pension contributions. Clap for God. To alleviate the plight of the fiscally challenged, we are focused in our first term to empower them with income earning opportunities by providing them with funds and logistics to lead a more dignified life. This support includes an increase in the District Assembly's Common Fund allocation for persons with disabilities from 2% to 3%. The National Entrepreneurship and Innovation Program, NIP, another enviable flagship policy initiative of Akufo-Addo-led NPP government, has been providing an integrated national support for startups and small businesses, which include business development services, startup incubators, and funding for young businesses to enable them grow and become successful, with special focus on physically challenged beneficiaries. The National Council for Persons with Disabilities has also received staffing and equipment to enable them collaborate with the Ghana Federation of Disability Organizations in drafting equal employment policy to empower PLWD through employment. A disability should not mean poverty or confinement, no, because disability is not inability. I am happy to state that the NPP government is committed to providing the necessary tools to make all Ghanaians prosper, regardless of their limitations or abilities. To that end, government through ministries, departments, and agencies is putting in place the system and structures to ensure that no one is left behind. Indeed, we have a record. And to be proud of the record, we say in Ghana, Moniko Chokpakpale, there is Achio. Washi moko moko, Yakufado Shishi, Washi moko. 4 more for Nana, Adodi, Ofechon, Nyetwa, no manyabla nyefe.
Our continuous engagement in educating and enforcing of the various protocols as the new normal.
Our core mandate is to ensure that everybody in Ghana, being young and old, is motivated to learn at least a skill or a profession. We are ensuring that all the TVET institutions under the various ministries are brought under the Ministry of Education.
It's 40 years when I dropped out of school because I was pregnant. But along the line, I had a desire that I wanted to go back to school. And unfortunately, I got pregnant the 3rd one. Yes. But after that, I decided I would go to school. So I left the man and I started my life. From there, I started selling to provide for myself and the children. And many people were advising me that I was brilliant, that I should go back to school. So I took the bold step and I went to so-called Bogame MAGHS, Form 2. That was 2018. And in 2019, I wrote my BEC and I passed. I was admitted in Maoli School, which was last year. I want to thank the government. I know it's not only me that is going through this, and because of the free SHS I've come back to school. There are a lot out there. To me, it is a good thing. It is a good thing. And I thank the government. I want to become a midwife.
My name is Dr. Yaosei Educhum. I'm the Deputy Minister for Education in charge of General Education and also a Member of Parliament for the good people of Bosomtwe. Today, I want to take you on an adventure with me. An adventure that takes a look at the bold vision of Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, the President, and his Vice President, Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia. An adventure that began with the implementation of free senior high school, a campaign promise that was made by the President, a promise that has been delivered. I want you to join me as we look at TVET transformation. Through the leadership of the Minister for Education, TVET has been transformed. Technical, vocational education and training is no longer the preserve of students who don't do well in schools. A major agenda has been embarked upon. Skills assessment has been done so that we know the areas that we need to focus on. And then the transformation has begun. A 5-year TVET transformation agenda is being implemented. Ladies and gentlemen, the Ghana that you know is a Ghana that is different now because somebody dreamt and somebody did the hard work. In this country of ours, even in the 1960s, the vast majority of our students did not gain access to secondary schools because there were limited facilities. Then we came into the 2000s, and every year, 100,000 students were sitting at home because they could not afford to pay the fees that were being charged by our institutions. Then comes a bold leader. A leader who says, I'm not going to leave any child behind. A leader who says, I will have to ensure that every child, irrespective of which part of the country you were born and you were growing up in, will have access to quality secondary education. So today, when we talk about the story of free senior high school, it's not just a campaign promise. The new Patriotic Party knows that. We know that education is the difference maker. Education is what transforms societies. Education is what takes a young man from a village and make him somebody so that they can sit in a hall like this. Education is what has brought all of us together here on this great day. And it is that kind of education that we want every child to have. It is that kind of commitment that was made to the good people of Ghana, and the president and the vice president and the entire party structure has rallied together, and we have delivered. But make no mistake about it. On December 7th, education is on the ballot. And not just any education, quality education is on the ballot. To the good people of Ghana, give me a minute. And let me let you know at this point, the decision we make on December 7th has wide ramifications for the future of this country. When we vote for Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, this nation will be forever transformed. Education is going to play its rightful role. No child will be left behind, and sometimes when we talk about no child being left behind, we forget that when we leave a child behind, we are leaving the country behind. So it's not just about leaving a child behind. When we don't tap all the talent of the people across the length and breadth of this country, and we only tap into the talent of the few who are privileged like myself, we are leaving the country behind. And that is not what we can afford to do. So December 7th, when you go to the polls, you are going to the polls to vote for hope. You are going to the polls to vote for transformation. You are going to the polls to vote for a leader who is fiercely determined that the fortunes of this nation will forever be transformed. And that through education, a young man growing up in Bangkok in the Bosomtwe district will one day get an opportunity to go to secondary school, get an opportunity to go to the university, transform the fortunes of his life and that of his family, and then be able to look back and say, because of Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, my life has changed. That is the nation that we want to rally every one of you to join us and vote for and ensure that this nation will forever be transformed. We must understand that a generation empowered will empower this nation forever. Mr. President, we are grateful for your leadership. Mr. Vice President, we are grateful for your leadership. And it is my hope that the good people of Ghana will vote for hope and not despair. Thank you. Thank you. God bless NPP and God bless Ghana.
Hello. Joe Anochi speaks on Digital Ghana.
NPP is building the foundation for a digital Ghana, something that can meet the demands of the new normal.
We've been very busy trying to formalize our economy through technology, and that has been the key focus of the government of the NPP. We've been building the foundations of our digital economy and taking deliberate steps in that respect, starting with mobile money interoperability to build a digital financial system. And so we've put 15 million bank accounts in 15 million pockets, since all these mobile money wallets are linked to bank accounts, and has made it possible for people to transact businesses from around the country seamlessly using technology. In the next 4 years, we're going to be doing a lot more of what we've already been doing, and we want to transform the COVID from a crisis to an opportunity using technology and build Ghana's digital shield, leveraging on our existing assets within government, fiber, LTE, and all the various digital platforms that we already have in existence. We feel that we've built the robust foundation, and so we can leverage applications and services on that foundation going forward.
Yefremi Joe Anochi. I'm the Director General of the National Communications Authority, the NCA. I'll be sharing with you some snippets of the many innovative digital services rolled out by this government as part of the Digital Ghana agenda, whose purpose is to enable Ghanaians work and live more conveniently while producing much more in much less time and cost. It is often said technology drives innovation, and innovation drives growth and market share for businesses. For the people, that translates into better ways of getting things done, such as locating people, sending deliveries across town, making payments to bulk yam seller Adieji from the comfort of your home, or sharing photographs of your newborn baby with grandma and grandpa. If you fail to innovate, you will be left behind. Fortunately for us as a nation, our president, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, has a clear understanding of what needed to be done from day one. He believed that the future of Ghana lay in bringing innovative, sustainable, progressive technologies that will make state institutions, businesses, households, and individuals work effectively, efficiently, and deliver better and make our economy grow. This is why we have been able to deliver many innovations and services. The following are examples. We have introduced the new national ID card, the Ghana card. This will help with the precise identification of individuals, families, and communities. And using related data, direct social protection programs better to those that need it most. A case in point, in the just ended voters registration exercise, the Electoral Commission reported that a little over 60% of all registrations were made by means of the Ghana card. In fact, as at today, the National Identification Authority has issued over 13 million Ghana cards to Ghanaians and to foreign residents. We have done in 3.5 years what John Mahama failed to do in 8 years. We have introduced the mobile money payments interoperability system. This allows the seamless movement of cash across bank accounts, mobile wallets on different networks, and the easy cards, thereby promoting cashless digital economy. That means you do not need to carry cash when you visit the market or go to the salon or the barber or plumber. By means of the Universal Access Fund, we have extended voice and broadband data to more than 500 underserved and unserved communities throughout the country, from Abenaso in the eastern region to Turumpang in the western region, from Volo in the Volta region to Jedam in Ashanti region, from Yabaga in the northern region to PC in the upper west region. They are now have voice and broadband data connectivity. Now take note, in 8 long years, the NDC only extended voice and broadband data to 78 underserved and unserved communities throughout the country. This administration has done 500 in 3.5 years. For the first time in the history of Ghana, applicants for travel documents can obtain passports within a matter of days through a hassle-free online process. The same is true for driver's licenses and vehicle registration. The application process has been technologically streamlined. You can obtain one in less than an hour. Like any other country, the pandemic has hit Ghana and our economy hard. And to provide much-needed relief and to enable more people, businesses, and households to facilitate communication in this time of COVID and to utilize technology to operate remotely, the government has announced a reduction of CST from 9% to 5%. Expect the cost of data to be reduced soon. And we are even more committed to do even more. We will increase broadband coverage throughout the country with emphasis in 2016 underserved and unserved communities through the universal access, telephony, and digital inclusion. We will implement inclusive innovations, yes, inclusive innovations, to make sure that the visually impaired are not left out of the ongoing digital revolution. We will leave no one behind. In conclusion, fellow Ghanaians, President Akufo-Addo and his team have a vision, a mission, a plan to use technology to make life better for you and for me and for all Ghanaians, no matter your station in life, no matter your village address or location in the country, no matter your age and gender. But especially if you are underprivileged, President Akufo-Addo and his team are using technology to lift you up, to leapfrog and to close the digital gap and make you productive and improve your quality of life. What he says he will do, he does. For more for Nana, to do more for you and me. Thank you.
Dr. Mohammed Amin Anta speaks on powering Ghana, no doomso.
A reliable power is a foundation of industrialization and building a sustainable economy. The NPP seeks to power Ghana. No more doom so.
Today, power stability is rest assured industries can get power. But what is more significant of that, the fact that today we are even enjoying a tariff at a competitive rate, which is about 30%, lower than what we were enjoying in 2016. So despite the improvement in the system reliability, availability, it's rest assured.
We inherited a situation where a lot of our youth were without jobs in the industry. Thankfully, it was a major campaign promise of the government of the NPP that there must be an accelerated oil and gas capacity program to ensure that the majority of our youth who are interested in working in the upstream oil and gas sector are trained. And today I'm able to say that it is part of the record of His Excellency President Akufo-Addo regarding job creation in the upstream sector.
In Wilumbondi, Dr. Mohammed Amin Adam, Maninya NPP parliamentary candidate for Karaga. Yimuna ninte twasi etwas and chang te bom na lumbom nite pamapolo. Zompora Ghana Zaha. 1 year into his term, President Akufo-Addo had outlined his vision for Ghana beyond aid, a self-reliant, proud black star of Africa. To realize this vision, the energy sector was critical, but was in bad shape. What came to be known as Dumso, a major feature of the Mahama era, inflicted significant pain on all Ghanaians, such as destruction to equipment, avoidable deaths in our hospitals, shutting down of industries like the Tema Chemical Limited and the Blue Skies Products Limited, among others. According to ISA, University of Ghana, Dumso cost the nation $680 million in 2014, about 2% of GDP at the time. Fellow Ghanaians, let me remind you about those days when our medical doctors performed surgery with torchlights because of several unplanned outages. How welders, cold stores, and hairdressing salons could barely operate and earn income to feed their families. Remember also the discomfort of having to sleep and work without your fan, sweating in your rooms and offices uncontrollably. Do not forget so soon. That was why President Akufo-Addo and the NPP government made it our most urgent priority to eliminate Dumso, and we have done just that. Today, there is no more Dumso, and under President Akufo-Addo, we will never experience Dumso in our country. You will recall that under the NDC government, many industries became uncompetitive, and some relocated to neighboring countries due to high cost of electricity. In fact, Ghana's electricity tariffs were about the highest in the sub-region. Under President Akufo-Addo, cost of electricity has declined. The NPP government is the first in the history of Ghana to reduce tariffs by 11% on a net basis, against an increase in tariffs of 265% under the NDC government. Our president has again demonstrated unparalleled dedication to protecting the welfare of Ghanaians during this painful COVID-19 period, and has provided yet another relief package of free electricity to all lifeline customers and 50% reduction to all others. Fellow Ghanaians, as you continue to enjoy the electricity relief, remember that it takes a caring leader to show empathy to his fellow citizens in times of crisis, notwithstanding the cost. This could not have been possible under the John Mahama economy. The energy sector faced unprecedented financial crisis under the NDC government, which could not even support procurement of fuel to operate the power plants. President Akufo-Addo has not only found the means to secure fuel supplies over the last 3.5 years, but has also cleared all government debts owed to ECG. We have fully redeemed over $1 billion of debts accrued by John Mahama and the previous NDC government from the bulk oil distribution companies. To sustain cash flow in the energy sector and avoid further accumulation of debts, we are currently implementing the cash waterfall system. We have also provided relevant national infrastructure for the energy sector, including the gas reverse flow project, which now allows us to flow up to 120 million scf of gas per day from Takoradi to Tema, thereby reducing our reliance on Nigeria gas. Ladies and gentlemen, more is being done today. For example, the National Hybrid Power System, which is ongoing at Bui, and the Palugu Integrated Project in the north, will together increase solar power penetration by 100 megawatts. And more will be done to move Ghana closer to our national renewable energy target in the generation mix. Fellow Ghanaians, when you give us a second term to serve you, we will, inshallah, provide more critical infrastructure for the energy industry, reduce distribution losses, improve reliability in power supply, and increase power and natural gas exports to the sub-region. We will enforce competitive procurement of power projects and minimize excess capacity charges through ongoing negotiations. We will continue to pursue our plan to develop Ghana into a regional petroleum hub in the Western region. A bill for the establishment of the Petroleum Hub Corporation is currently under parliamentary consideration. We will even more pursue relevant reforms in the upstream sector and provide incentives for the revival of exploration activities after the COVID-19 pandemic. My fellow Ghanaians, we are on course to building an energy economy, which we are promising you, for the rapid industrialization and transformation of our country. Your vote for President Akufo-Addo and the NPP means a vote for the efficient management of the energy sector. Your vote for President Akufo-Addo means banishing Dumso forever and ever in our country. I thank you so much. Kukrudu, the Damia, Ziga, Ziga, Ziga. May God bless all of us.
The Honorable Abna Osei Asari speaks on the economy, sound, stable, and strong.
A robust financial system, macroprudency, is driving a sound, stable, and strong economy.
So within the period of 3 years, we had essentially stabilized the economy through fiscal consolidation and macroprudency. In other words, we had moved growth to an average of 7% over that period. We had reduced inflation from 15.4 to single digits, over 7.9. We also had a positive primary balance. We had about $2 billion of trade surplus. And we had, as I mentioned, also exited the IMF program. But also in that period, we realized the fragility of the financial system that we had, and we completely restructured it so that today we have a much stronger and more robust financial system.
Assalamu alaikum, Dasva Jama Mporo Sokam. Since 2017, at Maslock, we have brought so many changes in the sense that going by our manifesto, we're supposed to restructure Maslock and then to make sure that 50% of our funds are given to women. As I speak right now, we have exceeded the target which was stated in our manifesto.
Madam Wase, your friend Abna Osei Asare, me a member of parliament for Etiwa East and deputy minister for finance. And then me no chair or manimu sikasem hun tutuye kakra. On the 7th of January 2017, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo made a firm promise to recover the momentum of our economy in his inaugural speech. This was at a time that our economy had lost steam and Ghana was running out of hope. The president promised that he will not allow this economy to collapse under his watch. We came to serve Ghanaians with a big vision, to see at least one factory in each district of our beloved country, that every Ghanaian child, at the minimum, should have senior high school education, that the wealth of this country is equitably distributed, with each constituency getting at least $1 million for poverty eradication, among others. Such a huge vision for the country goes beyond economics. But the president knew that unless we got the economy right, we could not get Ghanaians to share that vision. Within 3 years, the NPP has not only shared the vision, we have also shown the character and tenacity that is required to achieve it. The finance minister has already given us some of the macroeconomic indicators in the video that we just saw. Clearly, all sectors of the Ghanaian economy have benefited from the 16 policy initiatives put in place by this government, leading to manifest results. Our banking industry, for instance, was on the verge of collapse. We have fixed it. We have saved 40 million Ghanaians from losing their investment. Some, even with the aid of hindsight, have suggested what only they could describe as a common sense approach, that we should have given money to the banks to make their shareholders happy. What the Bible describes as putting new wine in old wineskins. Well, Mr. Mahama, you did exactly that over and over again. And what was the result? We were concerned with saving the whole industry rather than pleasing the same people who supervise the near collapse of the industry. Today, the banking sector has remained sound, solvent, and resilient despite the adverse impacts of COVID-19. And this is due to the bold move by the government to clean up the sector. We have created an atmosphere that has renewed the confidence of the private sector in the economy. We have set this country once again on the right path, and the results are being seen all over. Manufacturing has been revamped, sustainable jobs have been created, the ailing mines have been revived, the railway sector has seen the biggest investment since independence. Agriculture is back to where it belongs, feeding Ghana and creating better opportunities. The health sector is really healthy. And then, my favorite of all, free SHS. I know that a comment or two have been made about it, but Mr. President, we just can't say it's enough. 3 years on, 1.2 million students. 3 years on, 1.2 million Ghanaian children, 1.2 million future leaders have been secured with free SHS. Nana, money. Recently, I heard Mr. Mahama advise that we should stop talking about social investments and discuss real investment. Well, free SHS is the smart economic investment, and we need 4 more years to do more. Under the tenure of Mr. Mahama, the dignity and self-respect of our youth had been so undermined by incompetent leadership that some graduates formed the Unemployed Graduates Association. Through the Nation Builders Corps, NAPCO, we have created the opportunity for 100,000 graduates to prepare them now for the future, to make them resourceful, to create value for themselves and wealth for Ghana. In effect, every sector of the economy has seen so much improvement. Though we are battling a pandemic which has affected government revenues, we will continue to execute policies that will catalyze economic activities and spur growth. We have given lots of tax support in tax relief to health workers, free water and electricity, and other stimulus packages that has benefited all citizens, including businesses. We want to make the future even better, and that is why we announced the Ghana Cares Program, Oba Atampa, which would invest 100 billion Ghana cedis strategically within 3 years to make Ghana a wealthier nation, a nation with a confidence to dream, think, innovate, and take on the world. Mr. President, our fundamentals are stronger, firmer, resilient, and better. We have demonstrated that in good and bad times, the NPP has the best policies and character to keep our economy stable and growing. We have demonstrated that we care about Ghanaians and their well-being. We have demonstrated that with focused and firm leadership, clear thinking, patriotism, and the grace of God, Ghana can be a continental and a global economic star. We have picked up the Ghanaian economy. Let's work together for round 2. 4 more years for Nana. God bless NPP. God bless Ghana.
Let's give it up again for all the speakers. Mr. President, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we take a musical interlude, and then we'll be back with another 5 sets of individuals who are going to speak on sectors. It is an exciting day for the new Patriotic Party today. It is historic for the good people of Ghana. And at this stage, if we can rise to the victory song as composed by Ampon for some 2-3 minutes, and then we'll be back to continue with the program. Mr. DJ, let it roll. Victory is certain for us. 4 more years to do more for the good people of Ghana. Let me see your 4 more and your hands up. Let me see your 4 fingers. Tap the one sitting beside you and say 4 more. Take it easy. Out of despair, we've delivered on our promises. Under the able leadership in service. You are dancing to 4 more years. The good people of Ghana are determined to give it us for again. Hosanna. 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 Hey, how about you? Be mindful of the social distancing. Be mindful of the COVID protocols. It's just a one-song musical interlude. Take it easy, stretch your legs. Enjoy the victory song. Well, please be seated. Thank you very much. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, the president is seated. Of the beach. Can we have some order, please? Those of you who are still standing. Sarah coordinator. Please take your seats. Service, protecting our progress, and transforming Ghana for all. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, Sami Awuku is the national organizer of the new Patriotic Party. He is chairman of the board of the NYA. And also Deputy Operations of the Campaign 2020. He speaks and set the tone for the second session on feeding the nation. Sami Awuku. Put your hands together for him.
Feeding the people.
the heart
My name is
of the
Samuel
MPP's quest to ensure value
and I'm the
additions
national
to raw
organizer of the new Patriotic Party. Give man fish and he will eat for a
ensuring
day.
food sufficiency.
Teach him how to fish and he will eat forever. This proverb encapsulates the essence of good governance to not only provide the basic needs for the people of our country, but to give them the tools to do it for themselves. When you graciously voted in food production has never been more important, given these challenging times. The coronavirus pandemic has led to many countries experiencing dramatic food shortages and exposing the dangers of relying heavily on the importation of food and goods from abroad. Here in Ghana, we are blessed with bounty, a sign of God's divine favor on the Nana Akufo-Addo government and its people. This global crisis presents us a unique national opportunity to beef up our ability to do for ourselves and reduce our dependency on import, supporting local production and in the process provide jobs for our people in times of international uncertainty. We know that people are hurting across this country, worrying about their next paycheck, whether or not they will get a job after they finish school, or if they will have to support their family members who have lost income during this pandemic, just like my good friends Michael Techi and Kopon. For people like Techi, Kopon, and many others, we in the NPP are here today to tell you that we have done this before. This government had once before brought us out of a crisis, and we can do it again. And we'll be using the same tools, providing for our people to help them to provide for themselves. God willing, in the next 4 years, we will accelerate our efforts in modernizing agriculture, the entire value chain, support farmers through increased supply of input, increased disease control, enhanced involvement of farm extension officers to work with farmers and breeders. We will enhance small ruminant production with supply of improved breed of sheep and goats, continue the successful implementation of the greenhouse village concept with special focus on the youth, and give even more farmers access to finance through subscription
Producing for ourselves and for export is at the heart of the NPP's quest to ensure value addition to raw materials as part of building the foundation for an industrialized economy. New and upgraded transportation networks is the pivot to this industrial transformation.
But since 2017, a new agenda has been ushered in by His Excellency the President, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. The NPP government has, over the past few years, laid the foundations of an industrialized economy where we will add value to our resources and ensure that our economy is driven by indigenous production of goods and services for our own consumption and for export. If you look at what has been done so far, you can fairly come to the conclusion that if we give 4 more to Nana and we continue on this progression, I will assure you that more will be done. In fact, more has been done in these 4 years than has ever been done in any 4 years in this country. Now, the interesting thing about this is that railway is not an end to itself. It's merely a means to an end. It's an economic lever. It is railway will transform this nation.
Wafremi efua esabia esare mifitutu ekwapem. When we took over the running of the country, we were handed an economy on the brink of collapse and empty coffers. This is a fact. Irrespective of how many projects Mr. Mahama started, he failed so badly that he left so many headquartered in Ghana, making Accra the commercial hub of Africa. We will seize this opportunity to continue to boost our non-traditional export growth from the disgraceful and abysmal performance of the NDC administration, averaging just 0.58% year-on-year between 2014 and 2017, but witnessed a significant growth of 10.05%
has been the bane to our sport development. As we speak, not only are we providing sports stadia, but state-of-the-art equipment, facilities in all these regions.
Duklola nutefa wala nyankwanya kobla okujeto macho atoko. Today I'll speak on people development. I'd like to tell you a story about a young woman, 18 years of age, a first-time voter in the upcoming elections. Her name is Jigbodi. In 2003, during the Kufuor administration, she was one of the first Ghanaian children to reap the benefits of quality, affordable health care under the NHIS. Life was getting better. Her mother's salary as a teacher went up, and she rode the Metro Mass Transit to school free of charge each day. And Ghana was on a good track until 2009. That is when the NDC won the elections and everything changed for the worse. The economy began to unravel. Teacher salaries were in arrears for nearly a year. Prices and inflation skyrocketed. Interest rates were out of control, and the family was struggling. Out of desperation, the family fell victim to a microfinance scheme and lost their savings. The NDC government would not and could not protect families like Jigbodi's and other Ghanaians. The heroine of our story is now a young lady. Her family has been thrown into a terrible, desperate financial spin, and her parents could not afford to send her to senior high school. It seemed like she did not have much of a future, and she was desperate. Do defunto. Then the lights literally came on again. In 2016, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo and the NPP won the elections. We turned around the economy. Her father, a farmer, received support from the Planting for Food and Jobs initiative, and Dumso was over. Jigbodi became one of the first Ghanaians to enjoy free SHS. Her brother, Kekeli, enrolled on the new NAPCO graduate program. Their future is bright and promising, as is the future of our beloved country. Since 2017, several job creation initiatives have been undertaken by the NPP, creating millions of jobs both in the public and the private sectors. Through the introduction of programs such as the Planting for Food and Jobs, the Nation Builders
the scriptwriter, the filmmaker, the dancer, the model, and the event organizers, and indeed all our creative artists. Nyom tufo me patro mu tie me. Underground artists, Moshe Ho. Round 2 will be a very happy time for us. The NPP government will construct recording studios in Accra, Kumasi, Tamale, and Takrade. The NPP government will also further promote and commercialize the work of our artists. Government shall invest in the building of digital platforms to make the products available on a global market. We are presented with the opportunity to give His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo 4 more to do more. This is not just a slogan, but a call to action, a call to protect our progress. This election is about you. This election is about me. This election is about Ghana. I have decided to follow Nana. I have decided for free SHS. I have decided for 1D1F. No turning back, no turning back. NAPCO before me, NAPCO before me, chop chop behind me, Alawa before me, cancellation behind me. I have decided for more for Nana. No turning back.
Hello, 1, 2.
No turning back. Koprodo! Koprodo! Koprodo!
What a better way to wrap it up. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, once again. We are talking about leadership. We are talking about service. We are talking about leadership with integrity. The bold, courageous, decisive leader, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. Let me see your four more years up. And put your hands together once again. As we wrap up the session, short breeze from the manifesto that we present to the good people of Ghana. Let me remind you that we are live across the world on www.newpatrioticparty.org. Social media handles: N Akufo-Addo, M Baumia, NPP Ghana on Facebook and Twitter. Mr. President, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, a little sense of humor. Ejako is in the house, and I think that at this stage, as we go on break, I think it is necessary that the Ghanaianness in us, a little sense of humor.
Afa. Ene afa free SHS. Afa no ayoko promoti say. Planting for food and jobs. Afa. Na NAPCO no so afa Baumia GPS. Afa. Yanko. Yadamu ase Ghana fo adua tum dada. One day so far fact. Afana Puja, the Sukufi this way. Afo, Afa, Afo, Afa, Afo, Afa. Damako water project, 3 years this way. The Melly water project, 1 constituency, 1 million. Afo, Afa, Afo, Afa, Afo, Afa. Nanania, NPP near, Asia near. Wakayo na waye Kumasi International Airport Bokwasi Interchange Restore Nurses Allowance Nagana time to swear Afo, 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 Afo Aya Ushio Obi Anuwa Yonse Afano Na Wasaba Fono Na Chese Afo Woho Say ya Ani Everybody Amene Nini na ya Eye video a papa Mentia, Nasa Tia, a Dumanini, a year, a fa and a form of one. Madam Massi, Ghana for a Jacka Brantier, Mekanamaka, dear Oman Penny, and in Abaya, Miss Ramu, Bianada, Mumia Quatuabano, Amro 2016, form of Anana, Afo,
Let's put our hands together once again for Ejako, that little sense of humor. Thank you very much, Mr. President, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. We have come to the end of the first session of this historic occasion. Leadership of service, protecting our progress, transforming Ghana for all. We take a break and then we reconvene. Beside you, there is a park, and there is everything in that park. So there's no point you going out. So, ladies and gentlemen, you can feel free for the next 10, 15 minutes. Enjoy yourself with what's in the park. There's no point in you going out. We are reminding ourselves of the COVID protocols. Social distancing is necessary. And thank you very much for your cooperation so far. Afa o, afa. Mr. President, while we are on break, I think that we are going to still entertain ourselves with some more music.
2020,
there you are.
2020, ya tuama na nao. Sure. 2020, maba mi tuama na na. Why you ready na? Sure. Education.
McDonald's Quarter.
Please be seated. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Mr. President, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we are back again into the second and final session of this historic event. Leadership of service, protecting our progress, transforming Ghana for all. That is the manifesto that we put before the good people of Ghana, asking for 4 more years to continue to do more for them. Please put your hands together for that. At this stage, we introduce to you on the screens what the former President of the Republic, President J.A. Kufuor, has to tell us, and of course, the good people of Ghana.
Kukurudu. 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 I'm very happy to have this chance to address the party for the launch of our manifesto into the 2020 election. The commitment from historic times has always been to uphold the people as the sovereign authority of the land. The party, any true NPP person, must never forget that sovereignty really truly resides in the people, and that is the people that give power to government. So we are launching this manifesto today to offer to Ghanaians that they should give or renew authority of government to our government that has served so well over the past 3 years. And it's a very serious and solemn occasion. And this is the frame of mind with which all party faithfuls should approach this launch. Once we remember this, I believe we can follow through with what we put in the manifesto to let Ghanaians across the board appreciate that within these times, there's hardly an alternative. There's no alternative to the NPP government that has discharged its work so well across the entire nation, inclusively for all Ghanaians. And this is the sort of government that Nana Akufo-Addo and his vice, Alhaji Mahamudu Bawumia, are giving their party, NPP, the government of NPP, over the past 3.5 years. They've done wonders. See how the government is managing the COVID challenge. It's become a world acclaim. See how Planting for Food and Jobs is performing. See how one district, one factory is performing. We can't stop recounting the very professional and competent performance of this government all over 3.5 years. It's in the interest of the nation to continue this leadership come December of 2020. So I believe, like NPP 2004 sailed through successfully, this time around, NPP should do even better because, as I say, across the entire spectrum, socially and politically, Ghana is quickly recovering from the near slump it was in about 3 years ago. And now you're manifesto. As a party, baby, I say, you catch the Ghana for your promise, Ghana mine. Some to me, no, Monfa mine, nine franco sum, na hotomra. Because what to me, I'm far more of the Bocon or down, Sabia, or Baquaco. The Bam will be obeying the idea, Namfasona Bama, Obia Horton. Since they talk of free SHS. Hey, Yama, the secondary school. A buying money in the Kanyame, Namekobobusia, and now Sabi, Minia about Tidium, and now Bibisan or Cottage. A buying Kakra Timia, Boabuano, or so the fear for because education. NPP are buying. Nasia buying, yes, Raman some Mequani and Twaswa. NPP ni beyond won't not the current, I say. Near to me, Kasa Chairman, any manifesto. The woman fa Sabi a po a cuckoo droby, and Yadian Fefe, and then Magana mind TSS. Yan pep to me, no, say a name, yef crow from Konekudi. Yamagana for Manina near what at the Mana Queen. Some fear and a denim, a dija a Kufuado, Nibaumia, and NPP for. So no must Yasha, Kuayo Tumpong, and Momosia Tumpong, Hospital Tumpong, Aquani, a den, sorry, Sikasam so investors near dear. Few millions on 9. Say, I grown a bed if you are not. I grown, I saw. na aso yi yɛbɛgya yɛ ama saa fie wɔ mu yɛbɛto aba December yɛato saa papa no nyinaa atwene ne asa nkɔhyɛ ase bi ne Ghana ne mahunu no nti yɛsrɛ Ghanafoɔ Kufuor Bawumia NPP fie mensa ne fa sɛnea ɔmu si asom Ghana ma no yɛma ɔmu aba so ne ɔmu ntoa so yɛnsom yɛntoma no bio na ɛbɛhunu sɛ amammu akwa mu no meka no maka school maka hospital maka akwa na nyɛ no nkɔ ma no sɔre paa kwan nyinaa mu na yɛyɛ ne sɛ sika mfoa no sunsum papa no ɛbɛba na this time no deɛ ɛmma nansa na nsa nko ɛbɛba abɛtena ama ɛmma mmeranteɛ nketeesia obi abɛnya nida so wɔ ma no ma nti media meka mede sra mo sɛ manifesto mo nyintum sɛ krata di adanseɛ sɛ NPP aban ɛbɛsom Ghana man nyina mede mase.
You can do it better, you can do it better, you can do it better. Former President John Ajekun Kufuor, thank you very much. Mr. President, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the famous quotation, it doesn't really matter how good your vice president is if the man himself is incompetent. Hello? But this one is exceptional. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Mr. Digitization. Would you put your hands together once again? The Wale Adam Smith, the competent Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, the able Lieutenant of President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, His Excellency, Dr. Alhaj, Vice President Mahamoud Bawumia.
2020, 2024 more for Nana. 2020, 2020.
Mabisi Manya Dr. Mahamoud Bawumia, Tengbam Zugolampa, Mpusiyaza Barka, Niti Yumpale, Kayumpanya Nwa Katina Pusra Kamera Alafia, Jama Nina Mukugweswa, Salamu Alaikum. Your Excellency, the President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, National Chairman of the new Patriotic Party, Mr. Freddie Blay, Second Lady, Your Excellency, the former President, John Ajekun Kufuor, who I know is watching us from home, Chief of Staff, Majority Leader, Senior Minister, Ministers of State, members of the Council of State, Chairman and members of the Council of Elders, members of Parliament, distinguished elders of the parties, Saberima Kwesiata First, Omanhene of Ogwa Traditional Area, and the Omanhene of the Chifo Traditional Area, Nananom, National, Regional, Constituency, and Polling Station Executives, rank and file of the Great Kukrudu Party, members of the media, the clergy, I greet you all, Assalamu Alaikum. It was a few months ago that the President appointed a few of us to work on the party's manifesto. Included in this team on the manifesto committee are Hajia Alima Mahama, Honorable Elizabeth Ohene, Ken Oforiata, Dr. Usu Afriye Akoto, Alan Chiramanting, Matthew Opoku Prempe, Kwekua Jimamenu, Dr. Antonio Akotose, Boabeng Asamoah, and Mr. Yofi Grant. We worked very, very hard over the last few months under the eagle eye of no other person than the President of the Republic, Nana Addo Dankwa talking about on behalf of the Manifesto Committee and on my own behalf. You have seen from the presentations that have taken place that there is so much in this manifesto. The theme, leadership of service, protecting our progress and transforming Ghana for all. The manifesto is organized in 3 segments. You have one section, the beginning, which is accounting for our leadership. We were given a mandate, and how have we performed as far as that mandate is concerned? That is the first part of the manifesto. Then the second part deals with the consolidation of our progress. Having made so much progress, we want to consolidate that progress, and then we are able to move forward. And the third part is the acceleration of growth, the plan for acceleration of growth. So these are the 3 parts of the manifesto that the various presenters were putting together so beautifully. Of course, we are all reminded from the very beginning the mess that this government inherited from the mismanagement of the economy under the previous government, with doomsaw, collapsing NHIS, and so on. It was a mess, including a collapsing banking sector and financial sector. So we promised to fix this, and we proceeded to fix the broken economy, invest in critical and national infrastructure, and make the government machinery work. I would go to briefly talk about the accounting section of the manifesto. In this section, we list all the achievements that we have actually chalked in our 3.5 years in every sector, 17 sectors in all, and we have listed all the achievements. There are 289 separate promise categories, and we have listed over 300 achievements that we have in 3.5 years. Over 300 achievements. And so when you read the manifesto, you will see that we have fulfilled at least 80% of our promises. That is massive for any government in its first term. 80% of our promises. And when you look at all these achievements, you realize that sector by sector, we have really performed better, much, much better than the previous NDC government. So that is the issue of accounting for our progress. Then we go into consolidating our gains or consolidating our achievements. And here we want to make sure that post-COVID, we are able to consolidate all the achievements that we chalked and then be able to move the country forward. So this is consolidating our achievements in agriculture, in industrialization, the infrastructure, and so on. So we have so much to consolidate, and all these achievements that we talked about, free SHS and so on, we are not going to let them go. We are going to continue and deepen them and implement them and consolidate them for the benefit of all Ghanaians. The final section of the manifesto deals with our accelerated growth agenda. Of course, as the economy is very key, and if you want to accelerate growth, you have to tackle some of the key bottlenecks going forward. And our number one priority is to stimulate growth, development, and investment in the real sectors of the economy. The real sectors that make the difference. particularly in agriculture, industrialization, digitization, ensuring macroeconomic stability, and engendering the economic transformation of our country. So if you look at the industrialization segment of what we are trying to do going forward, we want to support the Made in Ghana products, including supporting the use of local raw materials. The COVID experience has brought the Ghana Beyond Aid into immediate action, where we are going to be more self-reliant as a country and as an economy. So we are going to focus on more Made in Ghana. We will renew our emphasis on component assembly, not just in automobiles, but also home appliances and light manufacturing in general. We will deepen and expand the 1D, 1F, and we will focus on implementing the integrated bauxite and aluminum industry, as well as the iron and steel industry. The preparatory work for these two industries is now complete. The legal framework is set, and in our next term, inshallah, you will see Ghana realize the vision, the long-held vision of building an integrated bauxite and aluminum industry, as well as an integrated iron ore and steel industry, which will be based in the northern part of Ghana. As we add value to our raw materials and our minerals, we will also be passing into law a mineral revenue management law, similar to the petroleum revenue management law, which will be a first in this country. In the area of agriculture, we will accelerate the activities under the Planting for Export and Rural Development. We'll accelerate the implementation of the greenhouse village concept and our efforts in expanding our agricultural mechanization centers, as well as promote import substitution with a focus on rice, sugar, and poultry. Rice, sugar, and poultry are areas where we spend a lot of foreign exchange. But our vision is to make Ghana self-sufficient in the production of these three key commodities that we have chosen to focus on in the area of import substitution. When you come to education, it's very, very important that we consolidate the free SHS and the free TVET programs and deepen them. But beyond free SHS, we are concerned also about tertiary education. It is very important that we note that the link between tertiary education and economic development is very, very strong. Countries which have high tertiary enrollment rates have much higher levels of economic development. If you look at South Korea, the gross tertiary enrollment ratio in South Korea is 94%. If you look at Ghana, our gross tertiary enrollment ratio is less than 17%. So if we are to catch up and build the human capital that will help us transform the economy, then we have to get more enrollment into the tertiary sectors. Now, one of the problems for students in getting enrollment, in getting access to tertiary education is affordability, whether it's enrollment in the public or the private universities. The ability to get the money, just like it used to be under the secondary education, many students were not able to access it. There is also a bottleneck that we are trying to address, because when the senior high school students graduate, many of them will look to go for tertiary education, and we have to facilitate their ability to access tertiary education. So we have a major promise, a policy initiative, which will say that all tertiary students, except teacher and nursing trainees who will be on allowances. But all tertiary students will now be able to get the option to obtain a student loan without the requirement of a guarantor. The problem for many tertiary students is the current scheme asks for guarantors. And you know, a lot of people are not willing to put their pensions online. So many students are not able to access. So you don't need a guarantor. All you need is your national ID card. That's all. And then you will be able to access your loan. And once you complete the tertiary education, repayment will be deferred. After your national service, you will get 1 year grace after the national service before you start repaying. So it's a major tertiary education initiative to enable us improve access to tertiary education as well. We are also going to implement the $219 million Ghana Accountability for Learning Outcomes project. This is known as the Gallup project, and it is a project for which the funding has already been secured. And what is this project about? We have identified 10,000 low-performing schools in Ghana. Their performance is quite low. And we have got this program where we are going to target these 10,000 schools and improve their performance by giving them additional funding in addition to their capitation grants, and also support the teachers additionally so that they can raise the levels of performance of these 10,000 schools so that they will not be left behind. This is the Gallup program that we are going to be implementing. In addition, we want to make sure that we focus on education in the Zongo communities. So we are building in each of the 16 regions. We are building model senior high schools in Zongo communities in the 16 regions. So we have 16 model senior high schools in the 16 regions of Ghana in the Zongo communities. Of course, one of the areas that has not received enough attention is in the area of special needs education. And we are going to focus on special needs. A lot of our children who are suffering from autism or cerebral palsy and other special needs need support. And government needs to support many organizations who are in the private sector trying to also help. And we're going to increase the resources and infrastructure for special needs education across the country. We will also expand infrastructure to increase access to professional legal education. This is one area that the limited infrastructure in the law school really limits intake. And so there's a lot of frustration with many prospective lawyers not able to get in. So we are going to help expand the infrastructure needs so that we can get more people who are able to study. We will also complete the provision of free Wi-Fi at all senior secondary schools and public tertiary institutions. The process has started. A contract has already been awarded, and ECG is also leveraging its fiber network across the country. And even before the end of this year, we will be starting from the ECG perspective on the tertiary institutions. But inshallah, by next year, we expect most of the work, if not all, our senior high schools and tertiary to have free Wi-Fi for their studies. Then we look at health, which my good friend Okoboy talked about. We have a major program in the health sector. We have Agenda 111, which used to be Agenda 88. We're going to build district hospitals wherever they are none, 102 in all, 2 additional psychiatric hospitals, and 7 regional hospitals. 6 in each of the new regions. We are building the regional hospitals in the 6 new regions, and 1 in Western region, in addition to the rehabilitation of Efiankwanta Hospital. So that is a major infrastructure area that we are going, and it's the biggest healthcare infrastructure that we are going to be putting in place for many, many years. We will focus, ladies and gentlemen, on health promotion and prevention as part of primary health care through the National Health Insurance Scheme to achieve universal health care. It is important for us to note that 95% of the disease burden is already covered under NHIS, primary, secondary, or tertiary diseases. It's already covered. And children, the elderly, and vulnerable groups don't have to pay the NHIS premiums anyway. So if you say you are going to offer free primary health care, it's almost meaningless. Because if you have free primary health care and you don't have an NHIS card and you go for a checkup and they say go for secondary treatment, what are you going to do? So our focus is going to be on the promotion and prevention of, primary health and promotion and prevention as part of primary health care. We are also going to work with the Ghana Medical and Dental Council to streamline the admission processes for foreign-trained doctors. The discussions with a lot of foreign-trained doctors speaks to a lot of frustration that they have in joining the normal medical corps, especially some of our brothers and sisters who have trained in Cuba when they come in. We are going to discuss with the Ghana Medical Council to streamline those processes to enhance access. We will also help by expanding access to medical schools in Ghana by building additional facilities and augment its human resource base. Ladies and gentlemen, we will eliminate import duties on sanitary pads to improve health conditions, particularly for girls. It's very important, but what we want to really do is to make sure we produce the sanitary pads in Ghana. Until that happens in their numbers, we are going to eliminate the import duties to bring down the cost. And the focus in this era of digitization, we are going to also focus on telemedicine. Now that will reduce the cost as doctors can diagnose and prescribe at a distance and don't have to be particularly at a location. Then I move on to housing. The housing sector is one of the sectors that we are, God willing, going to focus a lot on in the next term. There are 3 components of our housing policy. It is clear that there are a lot of youth who, when they finish school, just trying to rent accommodation is a big problem. And why is it? The large demands for rent allowance. Sometimes up to 2 years demand. But someone who is finished school and just starting a job doesn't have those savings to pay all these huge demands for rent allowance. The landlords, on the other hand, have gotten used to asking, even though the law says 6 months, they've gotten used to asking for 2 years and insist on it because they are saying that they don't know if the tenant will run away or not, so they want to collect it upfront. So there is a market failure. There's a market failure between what the tenants want and what the landlords want. And this is why government has decided to come in and bridge this market failure by setting up a national rental assistance scheme. And under this scheme, if you have a job and we can deduct regularly from your income. Under this scheme, the National Rent Assistance Scheme will give you a loan to pay your rent allowance. But we are paying this not to you, but to the landlord. And then we will deduct monthly as you would normally pay. So we are bridging this. You need to have a formal employment, which will allow us, or guarantee, someone who will guarantee so that you can pay. But it is very, very important that we address this, and we are going to be putting in place 100 million Ghana cedis for the National Rental Assistance Scheme, and work with the private sector to crowd in more so that we can get this done and relieve a lot of people who are renting of the burden. We are also going to digitize the National Rent Control Board, and a new law which has been coming to cabinet will also pass a new Rent Control Act to become modern with our times. So we are doing the rental housing. Then we are going to focus next on low-income housing. Through the land banks that we have already gotten together, we are going to build housing estates, because the focus, a lot of people in the low-income category cannot really buy many of the affordable homes that are being built. But if you have low-income housing, they can rent or they can rent to own. And that will provide a lot of low-income people access to housing with a lot of infrastructure around it. And the low-income housing, we're going to be working with the Building Roads and Research Institute, BRRI. We've looked at some of their designs, and they are very cost-effective once we use local materials, and we can put up many estates to deal with this over time. Of course, the affordable housing, so to speak, for the middle incomes through the mortgage market will continue. But a third aspect of the land housing area is a reform or the complete digitization of the land administration in this country. We have started the process of putting together land digitization, and we will complete it by the grace of God in our next term. We want to make sure that when anybody is trying to buy a land, you can go to the computer and know who owns this land. Very, very simply, so that the litigation around land goes. And this is going to be a major focus for us in our next term, God willing. Of course, we are going to do this physical infrastructure. All of you have seen our delivery tracker website that we have put in place to show the massive amount of infrastructure that has been done. Of course, we have challenged the NDC to put together a similar website so that we can see what they have done fili-fili rather than Green Book style. They should go district by district, put all their infrastructure together, and we will see. So we are going to continue building on infrastructure. Year of roads, water for all, toilets for all, and all of that. We will continue doing that. We will continue the construction. We'll have construction in Sunyani and Keta of water supply projects, of course, in addition to those going on in Tamale, Yendi, Damango, and so on. We'll accelerate our investments in roads, railways, and ports. And for the people of Cape Coast, I have good news for you. We are building a new harbor in Cape Coast and a new airport in Cape Coast. It is very critical that we do that. An airport makes a lot of sense in Cape Coast. It's a real tourist hub, and between Greater Accra, Kumasi, and Cape Coast, you have a triangle that really is a lot of hub of economic activity. You can build railway lines between them, and it's a major growth pole if we put an airport here to drive infrastructure growth. Of course, we are going to continue to construct the Eastern Line. We are going to construct the Eastern Line and the Ghana-Burkina Line, which is also very, very much. The Buankrap Inland Port the Bupe port, and the Atuabu port are the key ports that we are also going to be looking at going forward. Ladies and gentlemen, in the area of social protection, we are going to make sure that all those in various databases receiving social protection support, we bring the databases together, and everybody will be uniquely identified by their national ID card, and it will allow us better to be able to target and deliver social services rather than having a situation where you have no idea the full picture, who is accessing what and who is not. We'll ensure the enactment of an aging bill for the elderly and also an affirmative action bill, which has been long overdue. We will mainstream the disability issues by implementing broadly the provisions in the Persons with Disability Act 2006 Act 715. And in particular, we want to address access to facilities, transportation, and equal employment. The creative arts has already been mentioned. We see the creative arts as a major growth pole. There's so much talent in the creative arts, but the problem they have is access to studios because there's no capital to do that. And so this is why we are going to set up large recording studios in Accra, Kumasi, Tema, and Takoradi as part of our entrepreneurial hub strategy in partnership with the private sector. So, and this would be for recording artists to rent space, do their recordings in these studios. The Creative Arts Fund is going to come up as part of the Creative Arts Bill that has been passed by Cabinet and is going to Parliament. And of course, the completion of the theaters in Kumasi and the construction of new ones in Takoradi and Tamale. In the area of governance, we are going to continue to improve the financing of anti-corruption agencies. We've seen the biggest increase in financing for anti-corruption agencies under the Nana Akufo-Addo government. We will continue to provide resources for the implementation of the Right to Information Act and for the Right Information Commission to be operationalized. And we will assist the National Media Commission to implement fully the coordinated mechanism for safety of journalists and ensure the completion of property valuation and digitization of valuation roles across the country. In the area of governance, we've talked to the House of Chiefs, the National House of Chiefs, and we have a number of policies that we want to implement. We want to see the passage of the Chieftaincy Amendment Bill, the LI on the membership of the National House of Chiefs, and a codification and digitization of the customary laws and the lines of succession. Once this is done, the disputes will abate because currently there's no codification, and so there's so much dispute when it comes to succession. But we believe that we can help the House of Chiefs codify and digitize all these so that it's there for everybody to see. Now, when we go to the acceleration of growth using the private sector as the vehicle, we're thinking of two major areas. One is digitization, and the other really is a focus on the private sector. Building a digital infrastructure and a digital service economy is something that we are going to focus on. You've already seen a lot of infrastructure that has been put in place for digitization. The Minister for Communications in the video talked about all the work that she's been leading to put in place the digital infrastructure for the country. We've now got a national ID system, we have digital address system, we have mobile money interoperability, and so on. This is solid digital infrastructure. We are going to reduce the high cost of data and reduce taxes on digital devices. We are moving into a digital era, so data costs and the cost of digital devices, we'll look at it, reduce spectrum and license costs, and further, the cost of international calls to support both regional and international trade by removing the mandatory 19 cents per minute tariff for international incoming calls. As we see it, it is more of a nuisance tax, and we will abolish this 19 cents per minute tariff for international incoming calls and replace it with a competitive regime. In fact, the existence of this 19-cent tariff is one of the causes of the SIM box fraud that we have been seeing over the years. So we will abolish it. We'll leverage the digital transformation as growth by increasing broadband coverage, as Joe Anochi talked about. And we will integrate our existing infrastructure. It's going to be very, very important. We've got all this infrastructure that we've put in place. They are in silos. For example, we will link the National Identification Authority with the Births and Deaths Registry. With that linkage between NIA and Births and Deaths Registry, which we will do next year, it means that immediately you are born, your birth will be recorded by the NIA, and right then you will be given a national ID number right at birth, which will stay with you through to death. We will link the NIA also to the Ghana Revenue Authority to broaden our tax base. Currently, we have less than 3 million people who have signed up for tax identification number. And if you don't have a tax identification number, access to some of the government services becomes difficult. Currently, we have 3 million people, and we've said, how can we make sure everybody pretty much has a tax identification number? The answer is simple. We are going to convert every NIA number into a tax identification number. So if you have your NIA card, your NIA number will be your TIN number, and the matter is finished. And by the beginning of next year, we should have at least 16 million TIN numbers, and that changes the economy. It broadens the tax base and brings everybody into the formal economy. And so this is what the sort of thing that we are going to be doing, linking all these databases with the anchor being the national ID card. Of course, we will put together a national data center. We want to develop Ghana as a regional hub and leverage on the Ghana's position as the Secretariat of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. We'll build a financial services hub, a mining hub, aviation and logistics, petroleum, automobile, tourism, and a digital services hub. We are in the process of focusing on all of these areas, and we are going to make Ghana the real trade hub in the sub-region and become a regional hub. That is the way we are going, and there's no reason why we are not going to be able to do it. Ladies and gentlemen, we have another major issue as far as the private sector is concerned, and that is access and the cost of finance. And government wants to support the private sector and the public by addressing this major bottleneck, addressing the access and the cost of finance. How are we going to do this? We have 4 initiatives that we are putting in place. First is the National Equipment Leasing Policy. We have a problem, generally, that every time we want to buy capital equipment, whether it's cars or photocopiers or whatever, we pay cash fully for them. But once we buy these vehicles, our maintenance culture is also very poor. And we are not able to maintain most of these vehicles or this equipment, whether it's in the hospitals or in the ministries. We have decided that to save a lot of money and to make sure that this equipment can be maintained, rather than outright purchases of these capital equipment, we will rather lease them and pay over time. Therefore, we can buy a lot more equipment. The maintenance is not going to be government's responsibility. The lessors will provide the maintenance, and it will save government a lot of money. So government may be able to say, oh, we will buy 100 cars this year. But if you are leasing, you may be able to lease 500 cars with the same money that you have. So we'll be able to equip government, we'll be able to equip our hospitals with all of that. Then the other area that we are looking at is the entrepreneurial area, which is in the establishment of entrepreneurial hubs for small businesses. We have a lot of small business people who have ideas, who can do so many things, but there is no capital to do it. You ask them to set up a factory, there is no money to set up the factory. So what you can do as government in the context of is to build these entrepreneurial hubs. Maybe it's a tailoring hub. You can build a fully equipped tailoring factory that is available. So if somebody has a contract to make uniforms, they will come and rent space and produce those uniforms, pay and go, and somebody else can come. So you can put these different things in various hubs in the country so that small businesses can rent, whether it's in uniforms making, whether it's in shoes, whether it's in shea butter processing. So you have these common user facilities without necessarily having to pay for each entrepreneur to set up these things. It will really help the small business area. Then we have the World Bank assisted job and skills project to provide apprenticeship to the youth, skills development, and also grants to help them set up their business. The fourth area is looking at what we call the transport sector recapitalization project. If you look at our transport sector, you will notice that a lot of the vehicles, whether they are the taxis, whether they are the trotros or buses, are very old. They are very old on the system. But we are building an automobile industry. What we want to make sure is not just that we are building the industry, but the people here, the business people, the commercial drivers and so on, should be able to own these vehicles. So we are setting up a transport sector recapitalization project so that we introduce a government-backed lease-to-own scheme where the existing commercial operators can essentially exchange their vehicles for new vehicles and pay over time, because these vehicles are going to be assembled or manufactured in Ghana. So you exchange your existing trotro for a new one, and then you will get payment over time. And with this, you don't have to pay import duty, just like with the VWs or Toyota manufacturers or Kantanka and so on. You are not, because it's being made in Ghana, you as a commercial driver or bus driver or whatever, you are not going to pay import duty because it is being made in Ghana. So with that interlinkage between government coming in, between the commercial operators on one hand and the manufacturers on the other hand, the commercial operators don't have the capital. Again, there is market failure. And when there is market failure, government will come in to bridge the gap between the manufacturers of the vehicles and the users of the vehicles by providing a government-backed scheme so that every trotro driver who wants to exchange their car for a new one will be able to pay over time. They don't have to pay upfront for the new bus or the new trotro. And when we do this, we will breathe life into the local industry, because you have to need parts, manufacturing of parts, and boom, let essentially there be a boom in the automobile industry. And Ghana will become a center for West Africa in many people will be coming here to buy these cars. And of course, we will also reduce accidents on our roads because you have new cars and road safety will be done. Finally, improving the business environment. We're going to, for businesses, introduce a single business identifier. Just as you have for individuals with a national ID card, you have that for businesses, so that across interaction with government, there's one number, and that can easily be done because whenever you register a business, you have a number anyway. A business registration number is given, so that doesn't require new registration. We'll just make sure that is your unique identifier. And we want to introduce regulatory flexibility for micro, small, and medium enterprises in their compliance, because there's so much hassle under the current dispensation that we see for many micro, small, and medium-scale enterprises in complying with taxation and so on. So we want to introduce a simplified tax regime for micro, small, and medium-scale enterprises with a very flexible one, and make sure that they can file their taxes online on their mobile phone, and make it so simple so that tax collectors from GRA cannot come in and harass them for non-payment of taxes. In fact, we will totally discourage payment of taxes or levies in cash. You do it on your mobile phone through mobile money. You will not have to pay any collector any cash. We will also want to reduce the cost of power. This is a major problem for businesses. We have so much in losses from ECG. About 40% of the power that is produced is lost from ECG and also from transmission. And we are going to introduce new technology from the ECG perspective. They've piloted a new remote sensing technology, which is working very beautifully. And this is we're going to begin implementation. ECG have done so well in piloting this remote sensing technology. And I have some bad news for those who are stealing power. With this remote sensing technology, it will no longer be possible to steal power from ECG, and we will make the money to make sure we reduce the cost of power, and everybody will enjoy it. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is broadly what is in the manifesto. These are the initiatives that are going to help us to drive growth. Of course, this is a summarized version, and I ask you to read the manifesto, get the details. But at the end of the day, I will close by asking, why should you vote 4 more for Nana? And you should vote 4 more for Nana so that he will provide the leadership of service to deliver on our promises, the leadership for service to protect our progress, and the leadership of service to transform Ghana for all. Thank you very much for your attention. Salamu alaikum.
What a manifesto. What a manifesto. The Vice President has said it all, and I think it's important that we put our hands together once again for the Vice President of the Republic of Ghana. This is what we present to the good people of Ghana. Leadership of service, protecting our progress, transforming Ghana for all. Mr. President, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it's important that you watch this.
Yeah, into the NPP. I received quality and affordable healthcare under the NHIS. And as a teacher, salary went up. I rode the metro bus to school for free, and things were going in the right direction. Or so I thought. From 2009 to 2016, the NDC was in power, and everything changed for the worse. Teachers' salaries were in arrears for nearly a year, with only a fraction given. Inflation was on the rise. Then my parents were ripped off by a microfinance company. They couldn't afford to send me to SHS. Dumso became a lifestyle. But in 2017, hope was restored, the economy improved, and I received free SHS. My father received support from Planting for Food and Jobs. Dumso was over. Then came NACO with jobs. One district, one factory, improved healthcare and emergency response, and more. Today, I have the chance to pay back the NPP for all the good they have done and protect our progress by voting for Nana Akufo-Addo, for I trust in him and in the NPP to create a solid future for all Ghanaians.
This is the NPP life cycle. Put your hands together once again, ladies and gentlemen. It is my duty to protect you, and I will do just that. This is the president we are talking about. Leadership of service, protecting our progress, and transforming Ghana for all. The president you can trust. Bold, decisive, courageous. Distinguished personalities, ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the doer, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. Choboy! Let me see your 4 more years on top of you. Raise your hands and wave your flags. This is the man to deliver Ghana. His deliverables unprecedented. 4 more years for Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. The president you can trust. Bold, decisive, and courageous. Leadership of service. Protecting our progress. Transforming Ghana for all. This is the man. He took this country from despair into that of hope and into a new generation. We're moving forward with Nanado. 4 more years. 4 more years. 4 more years. Let me still see your hands up. 4 more years. The message is clear. 4 more for Nanado. 4 more to do more for you. 4 more to do more for you. And this is the man. This is the president you can trust. If he says this, he does it. Thank you very much. Please put your hands together once again. And thank you very much, Mr. President. The people of Ghana are ready to listen to you.
Eminent clergy, Vice President, Second Lady, the Second President of the Fourth Republic, His Excellency John Agyekum Kufuor, members of the Council of State, Ogwamaihe Osabere Makwesi Arthur II, Chief of Staff of the Office of the President and officials of the Presidency, Central Regional Minister and your Deputy, Senior Minister, Ministers and Deputy Ministers of State, Majority Leader and Members of Parliament, the National Chairman, National, Regional and Constituency Officers of the New Patriotic Party, members of the New Patriotic Party National Council, Chairman and members of the NPP Council of Elders, representatives of other political parties, traditional rulers, dean and members of the diplomatic corps, members and followers of the New Patriotic Party, fellow Ghanaians, ladies and gentlemen. It is a joy to be in this celebrated ancient city of Cape Coast, the capital of the Central Region, an appropriate launching of the NPP 2020 Manifesto. We're doing so in a region that gave us a massive endorsement in 2016. For which we continue to be grateful, and whose mandate we have done everything to fulfill. We are honored by the attendance of no less a personage than the traditional landlord, Osaberima Kwesiata II, Ogwemahin, who has chosen to grace the occasion with his presence. Osaberima, thank you for being here. Patriotic Party NPP presented to the Ghanaian people a manifesto that spelled out a program of what we would do in office when entrusted with power at the elections. We called it change, an agenda for jobs, creating prosperity, securing the peace. We had spent a lot of time and consulted widely. We were guided by the core values of our party in prioritizing the solutions to the many problems that faced our country. I said at the launch that a manifesto represented for me a solemn social contract between the electorate and the elected. I had entered into the contract by signing the document on my behalf and that of the NPP. By voting for us on 7th December 2016, the Ghanaian people had also signed their part of the contract, giving us the mandate to implement the ideas in the manifesto. I said I fully understood the consequence of putting my signature to a contract. I know that some people do not accord much worth to a manifesto, but I do. And we of the NPP have always taken our manifestos seriously because we believe politics is serious business, and asking for the mandate of the people to govern is serious business. We believe that citizens must be treated with respect. Once given the mandate to govern, we are bound by the promises that we make to the good people of Ghana, and we set about translating the promises into concrete programs. I said, when we were asking for the mandate to govern, that I want a Ghana where government is accountable to the electorate, not with artist impressions of projects and green books, but with cold facts and figures. Fellow Ghanaians, you would have noticed, therefore, that all the presentations that have been made today have gone into great detail in providing a clear accounting of what we have done in the 3 years and 8 months we have been in office. I want to thank all the men and women, including the Vice President, who made these solid presentations. I take pride especially in two things that have characterized the implementation of our programs. We have succeeded at equitable distribution, which means all parts of the country have been touched by our policies, and we have delivered value for money. I take pride in the fact the free SHS and free TVET have been delivered, and our young people and their parents and guardians know that they will no longer be forced to stop school at JHS level because of financial difficulties. It was not easily done, and so we intend to protect it and prevent any so-called review, another word for cancellation. We have no reason to believe the NDC presidential candidate's newly proclaimed conversion to free SH and free TVET. For 8 years, he and his party were loud in their assertions that they did not believe in free SHS and free TVET. They did not like the idea, they rubbished it at every opportunity, and they proclaimed that it would destroy Ghana's educational system. When they were in office, they had a hard time trying to run even their watered-down version of their so-called progressively free education. Then the former president said he would review it, and now we hear him say it has come to stay. Excellency, please try another one. Your credibility on this one is zero. Free SHS and free TVET cannot be trusted in your hands. In much the same way, we would not risk putting agriculture under the NDC and its leader. They will once again leave the farmers on their own without the support that is helping to make farming the profitable and fulfilling business it should be. And why should anyone imagine that an NDC administration under the former president would treat businesses any differently from what they did the last time round? Fellow Ghanaians, in spite of the unexpected and dramatic entry into our lives by COVID-19 and the subsequent worldwide devastation, we can demonstrate that we have set the economy on a strong foundation and businesses will flourish. The virus has slowed us down, but it has not diverted us from the path of growth we have put the country on. It is interesting to note that the NDC in opposition is not able to take the lead in doing some of the things that are most often done, first by parties in opposition. You might remember how long it took the NDC presidential candidate to find a running mate, and they have not yet got a manifesto. I wonder what will happen the day they have a government to run as well. Or maybe it is simply showing that the country, they do not attach much importance to a manifesto, nor should we expect that whatever is written in it will reflect their beliefs, which presupposes, of course, that they now have or hold on to any firm beliefs, instead of bending in the direction of whatever they think is currently fashionable. We wish them luck with their manifesto whenever they are done with it. We in the NPP know from whence we came. We have never had any identity crisis, and our manifesto always gives us the opportunity to reiterate our historic stand as the party of the rule of law, the party of good governance, the party of business, the party that builds and creates wealth, the party of social justice, and the party that cares for every Ghanaian. In other words, it helps to believe in something, to spend time and energy to think it through, and to get passionate and competent people to lead in the implementation of the program. On the day of my acclamation as the presidential candidate of our party, for which I continue to express my deep gratitude to Almighty God and to the myriad of officials and faithful supporters of our great party, I said that there was a clear choice before our nation, as the two main candidates could be adjudged on similar basis. The people of Ghana could decide who among the two had made a better job of governing our country as president. I know that the NDC presidential candidate, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, believes and says often that Ghanaians have a short memory. And he must hold strongly to this belief. Otherwise, I doubt he would have summoned the courage to be seeking another term after the disaster that was his presidency. Ghanaians might have short memories, but not short enough for us to have forgotten the broken down freezers, irons, and other household equipment thanks to the 5 years of Dumso. Our memories are not short enough to forget that the economy under him was such a wreck that there was a ban placed on all recruitment into our public services. Our memories are not short enough to forget that teachers taught for 3 years and were only paid for 3 months. Our memories are certainly not short enough to forget that he brought our entire financial services system to near collapse. I've heard him make the extraordinary claim that Ghana's economy was in, quote, tatters, not because of the COVID-19 pandemic, but because of mismanagement. I doubt that he can recognize a well-managed economy, even if it slapped him in the face. Luckily for us, we do not have to rely on his judgment or assessment of the economy. But it's important to tell him, just in case there are others like him around, that Ghana is today in a position to be able to provide one hot meal for JHS 3 students who are back in school in the midst of the pandemic, to pay for 6 months the water bills of all Ghanaians, to subsidize the electricity bills of all Ghanaians for 3 months. Indeed, we thank the Almighty that the pandemic did not strike under his presidency, when there was no money in the national kitty to pay teachers and nurses allowances. We are very much aware of the realities of the times. We know the havoc that COVID-19 has wreaked on our economies and livelihoods. I've asked our party members to keep these sensibilities in their minds in all they do as they are about campaigning for votes. Adherence to the COVID-19 protocols means we cannot resort to the traditional methods of campaigning, and I urge all of us to obey strictly these rules. We cannot have the traditional crowds and the rallies, and whenever there are gatherings, we have to try to observe the social distancing rules. It has been said by the NDC presidential candidate that NPP policies lack sense. If running an emerging oil economy into the arms of the IMF because of indiscipline in the management of the public finances is sense, I'm happy that the NPP has another concept of sense. If having sense means canceling teacher, trainee, and nurses' allowances is sense, I'm happy that the NPP has another concept of sense. If having sense means recording the worst economic management statistics of modern times with the lowest rate of growth of the last 30 years, I'm happy the NPP has another concept of sense. Having sense in the NPP means being able to take an economy growing at 3.4% to an economy that grew, on the average, for 3 successive years, at least 7% per year before the pandemic, and was rightly acknowledged as one of the best performing economies, not just in Africa, but also in the world. Having sense in the NPP means executing the program for planting for food and jobs, which has led to the revival of Ghanaian agriculture from the doldrums of the NDC years, bringing in its wake bumper harvests and affordable food prices in our markets and exports of significant quantities of foodstuffs to our neighbors. Having sense in the NPP means implementing policies which, according to the latest Ghana Living Standards Survey, has resulted in a decline in unemployment rates from 11.9% in 2015 to 7.3% in 2019. I am happy with and prefer the NPP's sense. Let me use this occasion to assure the Ghanaian people that as President of the Republic, I will do everything within my means to ensure the peace and stability of our country in the run-up to, during, and after the polls of 7th December 2020. The struggle of our forebears in the Dankwa Domo Buzia political tradition to construct at great sacrifice a democratic, open, free system of government in Ghana will not be jeopardized by me. And I'm calling on all actors in the political space to join me to ensure the maintenance of the peace and stability of our country and to conduct ourselves in a manner devoid of violence and ethnocentrism. The Ghana project can best be achieved in unity, tolerance, and mutual respect. Fellow Ghanaians, the NPP has in 2020 one target and one objective only, that is to secure, with your support and the blessing of the Almighty, in free, fair, peaceful, and transparent elections, another decisive victory on 7th December 2020. A victory that will give us a clear majority in Parliament and a first-round presidential victory, and enable us to do 4 more years of advancing the peace, progress, and prosperity of our nation for you. We have an excellent message as set out in our manifesto: leadership of service, protecting our progress, transforming Ghana for all. And as eloquently articulated by that brilliant Ghanaian, Mahamadou Bawumia, my most esteemed running mate and vice president, which will protect our progress and continue down the path of social and economic transformation on which all Ghanaians are now embarked. Fellow Ghanaians, the battle remains the Lord's. It is 4 more years for Nana and the NPP to do more for you. . May God bless the new Patriotic Party and us all. And may God bless our homeland, Ghana, and make her great and strong. I thank you for your attention.
The President has spoken. Four more years. Let me see your hands raised. Raise your hands in the air. Leadership of service. Protecting our progress. Total transformation. Transforming Ghana for all. We are thanking God for all his mercies. And we're asking for 4 more to do more. Raise your hands in the air. Let me see your 4 more for Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. The ushers are coming round with copies of the manifesto. This is what we present to the good people of Ghana. Decisive leadership, bold leadership, courageous leadership, total transformation. Everybody should have a copy of the manifesto. Ushers, take the manifesto round now. This is how far the Lord has brought us. We have a president you can trust. You have a leader you can trust. Bold, decisive, and courageous. They doubted him. They said he could not do it. But by the grace of God, he delivered. Good people of Ghana, this is what we present to you again. The president you can trust. 4 more years is what we humbly ask for this leader who have transformed this nation. And you heard it. The transformation agenda is on course. We are not distributing freebies. We are touching lives and responding to the critical needs of Ghanaians. This is the man. We thank God for where he has brought us. Praising God for all his mercies. Thank you very much. Please be seated. Thank you very much. Please be seated.